Every year, thousands of Brits head to Europe for a dream new life.
To a dad, that is just pure pleasure.
This is heaven on earth.
But sunshine and scenery and a great lifestyle need to be paid for.
My bank is empty. We've got nothing left.
So to fund their fairy tale,
get your little fishy when the boat comes in.
Brave Brits are taking the plunge and going into business. On this series, we follow those expats.
Dave, you got any euros?
Setting up anything from bars and boat charters in Spain to vineyards and B&Bs in France.
Not happy. Not happy.
Will they flourish?
We're going to do it, we must do it properly.
Or will they fail?
Money doesn't grow on trees.
It is life or death.
And can they really make a life in the sun pay?
Fans broke down.
You are joking.
It went bang.
On today's show,
Who's going first?
as they start enjoying their new life in the sun, there's no going back for this couple.
I've got my burial plot somewhere over there.
Oh, Stuart.
A reluctant expat finally moves to France.
I feel relaxed already, just because it's warm.
But how long will her new stress-free life last?
Kim wasn't very satisfied with my parcels, that it was unprofessional and he had to redo it, which I was quite hurt about.
And a tough businessman finally cracks.
I know he's got this hard exterior.
No, he's got tears in his eyes already.
As his diving centre prepares for expansion. The province of Almeria, southern Spain. Since the thermometer was first invented, recorded temperatures have never gone below the freezing mark around here. The average yearly temperature is 16 degrees Celsius. No wonder it's now home to about 50,000 British expats. The latest to join them are ex-hairdresser Amanda and ex-construction manager Stuart Brignall and daughter Amira.
We're sat here smiling and we look around and you think, every day you get up and you go, oh wow, we live here.
5 months ago, they left Whitby on the North Yorkshire coast for the tiny remote village of Piedra Amarilla, slap bang in the middle of Europe's only desert. They have now relocated to their dream 3-bedroom villa with a swimming pool and even an amphitheatre. They got all of this for a little under €130,000.
Look at our fear.
Yeah, definitely.
We're sat here.
We're planning to go to the beach tomorrow. You look out on the hills, different clouds going over it, gives it different shadows, and the mountains change every day.
And after months of painstaking renovations by Stuart and clever bargain hunting for their equipment by Amanda, their bar and community centre is now up and running after a successful opening night.
6 hours of non-stop serving.
We could have had another hour of serving, I think, but...
Another €100, but biting at the bit for to start the next
one.
Now they're open every day.
What can I get you?
Oh, go on.
Here we are. Is that wrong? A fiver.
That's a bit expensive.
Start robbing the customers, it's not a good start, is it?
Amanda and Stuart are touting for new business all the time.
Hello! Hello. So what was your name? Amanda.
Amanda will talk to anything. Amanda will talk to that lamppost if she gets a chance.
Hello!
This is my sugar, she's the rescue dog.
Hello!
Today, Amanda is meeting the Animal Protection Society,
Nice to meet you.
I am Stuart.
a charity run by British expats in the nearby town of Albox. Amanda persuaded them to check out the community centre after meeting them at the supermarket.
I've been eating alioli sauce, Steve.
Great start. The charity is looking for a venue for its autumn fundraising event, so it's time for the hard sell.
See what we've got to offer, and then if it's something that maybe you can utilise.
It was originally like stables and then they converted it to this half-heartedly. Stu's had to rewire it, replumb it. Whatever you choose to do as your fundraising event, we'll adapt this building and amphitheatre to whatever you would like to use it for, really.
The potential is amazing.
Oh, it is.
The meeting seems to have gone well.
I'm a hairdresser, I haven't got any cards done for this, but that's my mobile number for my hairdressing.
Oh, you're doing
And then
hairdressing as well?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
heck.
yeah.
Wow, you're very busy, aren't you?
Well, we'll see, yeah.
Do you
No, do I nothing.
Good luck.
And although Amanda isn't willing to stretch her services as far as dog grooming,
Take care. Bye.
the fundraisers have decided to rent the bar and community centre for their function.
I say I'll pencil it in.
So is that a pencil booking? To me, having bookings in the book, in the diary, proves that it was the right thing to do. Excellent.
Up to 75 people will soon join the fundraisers for El Teatro's first evening of food service.
We're going to do a dinner dance, I think, and get live music on.
That means more money.
Yeah.
With no experience at all in catering and just a second-hand kitchen to see them through.
Sam, I'm going to fret now about them bowls. If you all say we need more than one bowl per table...
Oh, yeah.
Will this be a recipe for disaster? Marbella, southern Spain. This town has attracted the international jet set for the last 50 years. It's in the centre of a 27-mile coastline of sandy beaches, which enjoy 300 days of sunshine a year. There are also more golf courses per capita than anywhere else on the planet, making it one of the most popular destinations on the Costa del Sol.
That'd be brilliant.
Former journalists Simon and Natasha Bell left London to follow their dream of setting up a diving franchise here.
So, like, this is today's receipts, all written by hand.
And it's been a great success. In the month of July, they have had 255 customers here, and the bookings have gone up tenfold since the start of the season.
I just couldn't think of anything more boring in life
We're quite...
than counting and filing paperwork.
Yeah. It is a good thing that I am in charge of the finances.
Right, you getting in? You're going to school.
Today is a big day for Simon and Natasha's family. It's son Ruben's first day at school.
Going to meet some new friends today. No meeting new friends.
The success of the business means that Simon and Natasha have now been able to afford the best international fee-paying school on the Costa. In London, a similar place would have cost them £15,000 a year.
Oh my God, this is chaos, isn't it?
Here, it costs less than £3,000.
It's worth it, I think. If we were in England, we would want him to go to a school of sort of similar standing, I think.
I feel quite emotional, actually. Yeah.
Simon's very soppy. I know he's got this hard exterior. He's very... Look, he's got tears in his eyes already.
Oh, bless. Back at work, despite the dive centre's success, Simon's not resting on his laurels. He's looking to open another dive centre in a little corner of the UK, lying just 50 miles down the road. Gibraltar.
We could easily attract hundreds of people a year to Gibraltar to come and dive with us from all over the world. And yet there's just one dive centre in the whole of Gibraltar that, to be honest, does need a little bit of competition. How much more we've got getting? Sometime in the very near future, we'll have Simply Diving number 3 in Gibraltar.
See, I just blanked that out of my mind for the moment. I'm enjoying my sleep at the moment, and I would like to just continue enjoying my sleep that little bit longer.
In a bid to convince Natasha, Simon's organised an exploration of underwater Gibraltar and is taking his trusty team, including ex-cook Vinny.
It's a staff day, anything can happen.
And Spaniard ex-commercial diver turned diving instructor, Patricia.
I do the hard job always.
She's tough. The staff are all excited, as always. Jumping around like little kiddies. What are you doing? See what I mean? Yeah, the monkeys of Gibraltar are all in this van right now.
What does that make you, Grandpa Monkey?
Perfect day for diving. The sea is absolutely flat, and we've got a bit of sunshine as well.
Gibraltar is the smallest of all British possession. It has an area of only 6.7 square kilometres, 100 times smaller than the Isle of Man. There are 30,000 residents here. This land was conquered by the British 300 years ago, and Spain has made claim to it many times since then. But the proud Gibraltarians have always voted in favour of remaining British.
Oh, Gibraltar is full of amazing stories, it really is. Where we're diving, in the very next bay, the story goes, is where Nelson's body was brought ashore after the Battle of Trafalgar in a barrel of rum.
Oh, well, he's got lots of history lessons, hasn't he, Simon? He's got a story for every occasion.
Simon's team are minutes away from Europe's first ever artificial reef and one of its best dive sites. But this is also a difficult market to break into. The startup cost will be double that of Simon's new Marbella shop, and he will need to gain permission from 3 different Gibraltar authorities.
It's virtually impossible, which is why no one's really done it before. There's a lot of people have looked at it and run away, just because it is such a big struggle. Do you know, as well,
What?
where the word gibberish comes from?
Yes, Gibraltar.
Because when there was like 100 different languages being spoken in the markets, if you overheard it, it sounded like gibberish.
I did know that, actually.
Oh, there you go.
See?
And it's not just the Gibraltar government Simon has to convince. His wife, Natasha, has been firmly against the idea of expanding the business.
When Natasha found out we're going to Gibraltar today, she was just a little bit quiet. She has feasible concerns. Behind me is Camp Bay.
As Simon and his team prepare for their exploration, will they manage to persuade Natasha? The southern French town of Gaha is a real magnet for British expats, thanks to its fantastic food, wines, and landscape. 6 months ago, Kim Gilbert gave up his £50,000 a year job to settle in this area and take over a Land Rover spare parts business.
It's all worked out. Everything that we aim to do, we have done. Changing our lifestyle to something that's sort of rural like this, in a country that we love. On the menu tonight is pork risotto.
Being his own boss, Kim can now make the most of the relaxed lifestyle of his new adopted country.
Caramelisation on the meat gives it all the flavour.
And he has recently developed an interest in French cooking.
Going to bring in some vegetables and then some nice French bread, cheese, a couple of glasses of wine afterwards.
Good business, nice surroundings.
Good sticky risotto.
Sounds like a recipe for happiness. But there's one key ingredient still missing. Kim's wife, Jenny, who hasn't yet joined him from England.
Well, tonight I'm having a cheese sandwich, I think. I just can't be bothered to cook.
Jenny wanted to finish her career as a teacher, so has been staying back home in Blackpool while Kim started up the business in France.
I've been a bit like a student. My son came to stay with me for a bit and he said, blimey, it's role reversal here, because he's waiting to see what time I'm going to get in at night.
Jenny's been anxious about leaving England and not completely sold on the idea of a new life in France.
On Friday, that's it, isn't it? It's all over.
It's not all over, it's...
Oh, well, it's a new beginning, I suppose. Yeah, love you.
Love you too, see you, bye.
Bye now.
Jenny's final countdown has started. In less than 48 hours, she will leave England for good. In preparation for Jenny's arrival, Kim has been working hard on restoring their French home with his team of British brickies.
So what I want to do is, in that room, have a radiator underneath the window and have electric fire sitting in the fireplace. And in that room, I just want to have a radiator under that window, radiator under that window.
They have pinned the house together as they rebuild the internal structure.
I'm really getting a vibe on this now and starting to realise that All right, we're standing on a few planks, but we could have a floor by the end of the week, so that's got to be good, and a ceiling downstairs as well.
Kim hopes to be living here with Jenny while the final work is being completed.
I've kind of suggested that the whole house wouldn't be ready, and she seemed to be reasonably relaxed about it. Wasn't mentioning anything about hotels or things like that. I think just being here, living here in a place that is going to be a home for the future, I think in itself is going to be a really exciting bit of fun. We've had it too cushy for too long. We need to have something a bit rough to sort of have to contrast.
In Blackpool,
What's the first thing you've got to decide?
Jenny is just finishing her last ever lesson.
Right, boys and girls, shh, shh. Listen, before you know it, you'll be in my position when it's your last time that you ever do something. So you've got to go out there and have good lives and take every opportunity that comes so that when your last time comes, it's a good one. Okay? Stand behind your desk, please.
Jenny's teaching career is over.
I will enjoy France. I will enjoy France. OK, off you go.
Although right now she doesn't quite believe that.
Touching people's lives like this, it makes teaching a wonderful job to do. So to give it all up and go to France, it actually hurts very, very much.
In the Spanish province of Almeria, Stuart and Amanda Brignall have finally settled into a more relaxed pace of life.
Right, here we go, baby.
We're off.
We're off.
Today they've decided to drive to their nearest coastal resort, about an hour away from their home.
¿Dónde está el beach?
El beach? Is the El beach?
They are joining Stu's daughters from a previous relationship who have come over for a visit. They've all travelled to San Juan de los Toreros for some well-deserved fun in the sun. With jagged mountain peaks framing the skyline, San Juan's crystal-clear waters make it popular with families and divers.
Who's going first?
Not to mention jumpers.
Come on, you can do it. Big jump. Well done.
I'm doing it next time.
I did that last year and lost my bikini, so I scared all the locals.
She's actually banned from doing it last time. This is what makes all that hard work worthwhile. Definitely.
Here we are, smiling our faces off. This is our destiny, this is our...
Going nowhere.
We're going to live here for the rest of our lives.
Going nowhere, yeah.
A month after the grand opening, today is a big day for El Teatro.
This is sort of our first large event.
It's hosting a fundraising evening for a local animal charity.
We released the tickets and within 4 hours they were sold out.
Catering for 75 people, with many more expected to see the live band.
There's no flowers on this table.
Yeah, Stu's going to get me a vase.
I do think we're going to be quite hectic tonight. I think it's going to be on a par with, if not more, than the opening night, because we're serving food and that as well. Whereas on the opening night, all we really did was serve beer, wasn't it? We've got quite a few volunteers helping from the charity. I think it's going to be a busy one.
Tonight, El Teatro will provide a meal entirely based on local ingredients. This is the biggest pig farming area in Spain, where most of the country's chorizo is made. On the menu tonight, pork loin with sautéed vegetables.
It's not just like we're doing a chicken in a basket meal, we're doing a really posh meal, which is what we want.
For the occasion, the Brignalls have called in a professional chef, fellow expat Steve. He will have full use of the newly fitted second-hand kitchen.
Too much clutter. I like it a bit more organised.
Mind me pot, Steve. I've lost all my flowers now. Where's them flowers gone? People have moved all my stuff. And I don't know where my sprinkles are now.
First job for Chef Steve is to roast 15 kilos of potatoes, which is not looking like it's going to happen anytime soon.
God.
You had it on, didn't you?
I've had it on loads.
The second-hand cooker isn't switching on.
Take long though.
I've got to change the bottles here.
With 75 people due to arrive for a slap-up meal, El Teatro's reputation is on the line.
I've lit it loads of times.
Something wrong with it.
Yeah.
If Stu and Amanda can't get this sorted, then they will be feeling the heat.
Can you imagine?
Well, it's work. It's actually happening, not imagining.
In the British territory of Gibraltar,
Thank you. Grab this way, please, children.
ex-journalist Simon Bell is looking to expand his diving franchise, despite wife Natasha's misgivings.
Behind me is Camp Bay. They've been creating an artificial reef project here since about the 1970s, sinking lots of boats.
After leaving the UK and opening 2 dive centres on the Costa del Sol, Simon and his team are now trying to expand their business back in British waters.
In this little small region, there's about 16 wrecks. And what we're going to attempt to do, because you're all very good with your air consumption, is try and show you at least the 6 or 7 main wrecks that are here in Camp Bay. And we can do it all in one dive. So 1 dive, 6 divers, 7 wrecks. OK?
Simon is about to explore the Gibraltar Strait, but the firm's accountant, his wife Natasha, is not looking forward to the move.
Setting up new anywhere takes a lot of money, even on the most basic scale, and especially with diving. You're having to buy new equipment for all your prospective clients. That's a lot of investment. It's a lot of money.
Natasha isn't keen, but Simon is determined to prove that there's good business to be had here. In the 1970s, the Strait of Gibraltar suffered from a dramatic loss of marine life. In a bid to provide a new habitat for fish, more than 30 vessels were deliberately sunk in these waters. And here are the results of that pioneering experiment. 40 years on, these waters are now full of corals, sponges, and many different species of fish. And this is what most divers will be coming to see. The remains of a 1,000-ton vessel once used to lay telephone cables across the ocean, which has now become a new home for dozens of marine species. Despite being at the bottom of the ocean for 25 years, the vessel is still intact, so the team are able to explore every room. And so will Simon's future clients if he finally sets up shop here.
Yeah, that was absolutely smashing. Pretty good. 7 wrecks in 1 dive. Not bad.
Simon is convinced there is no shortage of options for a new diving business and is determined to sell his plans to Natasha. His team will back him up.
Yeah, you've got everything. You've got the wrecks, you've got the marine life, you've got the corals, the sponges. For me, it's one of my best.
I love it. There are a lot of new unibrands, octopus.
And don't forget, this is your first dive in British waters.
Me.
For a Spanish, that's quite a monumental thing to say you actually dived in British waters.
No, this...
Isn't that great?
Gibraltar, español.
She didn't mean that. She didn't mean that.
In Marbella, Simon pays €1,200 a month for the rent of his diving shop premises. Here, it would be an entirely different kettle of fish. Due to the lack of space, rents are much more expensive than Spain, so he plans to run the Gibraltar operations not from a shop, but from a ship. A little one. A boat, actually.
But this is where we'd be moored anyway, in Marina Village.
So he's taking his team to see where their Gibraltar base would be.
What I want and what I'm encouraging Natasha to want is to have a boat that's big enough for at least a couple of cabins that we could use on low season, and we can sail up and down the coast in it with Ruben. We can use it as an actual small dive centre, so we can have a classroom on it and we can store equipment on it. And we've been told by Gibraltar that they would be happy for us to register the business at an address if we had a permanent mooring with a boat that was of the right size.
But there is one further authorisation Simon has to get before he can even think about opening a new dive centre. The one from the firm's accountant, his wife, Natasha.
Simply Diving.
Simply Diving Marbella.
Yes.
Cheers, Ruben!
As Simon and Natasha go out for dinner with Simon's parents, it's the perfect occasion to discuss expansion plans.
It has been a lovely year.
And next year's going to be even better.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because not only are we opening a new dive centre in Gibraltar...
That's going a bit too far, but we'll talk about that later.
Oops.
I don't know if we are ready for Gibraltar yet.
And that's exactly what you said about Marbella.
Oh dear.
I'd like to give Marbella another views, and maybe we feel we get everything out of Marbella that we need, and we don't need Gibraltar.
Oh, yes, we do.
That went well. Will Simon be able to convince his reluctant wife to expand their business before the season's over?
There's a lovely Greek saying that says, the husband is the head of the family, but it's the woman who turns the neck. I will be turning the neck.
Away from Gibraltar.
In Blackpool, it's moving day for Kim and Jenny Gilbert.
Shattered.
Finally, Jenny is about to join Kim in France, where he has been living for a year now.
Well done so far?
So far, so good.
Sofa, sofa.
Sofa, that's what I said, yeah.
Kim and Jenny have been living apart for 12 months now. As they empty Jenny's flat together...
Just the bits that Jenny missed, that was all.
Don't get me started.
They also have to readjust to being husband and wife.
I expect you'll be doing the sink after I've finished as well.
Got the job done properly. There's no going back. Everything's out. It's on the wagon going to France. Don't stop me now.
But will Jenny be having a good time?
Let me know.
Now what have we done, eh?
I know.
As they say goodbye to England, they start their romantic journey towards their new home. Or maybe not.
And then we're going to take the next right.
Soon after arriving in France, they got lost.
Next roundabout.
Whenever you're navigating, have your finger on the map where you are, and you didn't.
Nonsense. My finger was on the map, it was just on the wrong bit of map.
They were meant to be at their new home 2 hours ago.
Go left. Oh no, we're going right.
I bet you £100 million you would have taken the A10 in mistake for N10 as well.
Instead, they've been going round in circles on this stretch of road.
You said, I'm quoting, "It's all right, Jenny, you can put the map in the back. I know the way from here." That was the bit where we went wrong and had all the troubles.
I think we'll agree to disagree on that.
I think so.
After an eventful 72-hour trip, Kim and Jenny arrive at Chez Gilbert, which Jenny hasn't seen in the last 3 months.
Moment of truth, Jenny girl.
It is indeed, isn't it? I can't wait to see it.
Kim's friends Mark and Steve have been working flat out, but with everything rotting inside the 19th century house, renovations are taking longer than expected.
Those aren't quite finished yet, are they?
The electrics aren't quite what they should be.
But the floors have been laid and the house is beginning to take shape.
OK, that's the old door.
As 2 of the 8 rooms are now complete.
Oh, wow, it looks like a proper bedroom. Oh, look at these cupboards. They're beautiful.
But will Jenny be brave enough to stay the night?
I'm waiting to see whether we've got a toilet or not before I'm going to pass judgment on whether we can stay here tonight.
I think the key will be the key.
To the bathroom?
Well, I hope so.
All right.
Do you want to take it?
Yeah, I do.
Go on then.
Oh, it's amazing. Truly. Look at these, put a curtain up. Mind you, very big sized toilet roll.
I think we'll have to do something about that.
This is great.
That's a fantastic shot.
Yeah, I've no problem with sleeping here tonight.
So the builders have come up trumps.
If Jenny's happy, I'm happy.
Oh, that's good news, because I've got a few ideas for out here. So... Are you happy?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm happy here now.
Oh, that's really nice.
Kim is sure this is the start of a better life for them.
We're moving into a pace of life that kind of fits over here. And that includes doing absolutely nothing at all on a Sunday. Over here, you just... What's that word they use? Oh, relax. Yeah.
I think we've actually made the right decision.
And the Gilberts are back together.
Got to just learn to live together again. You like having a new boyfriend.
Ah.
Yes, do you?
I'd go with that.
Yeah.
It's autumn in the Spanish desert and it's 23 degrees. But with 75 people expected for a sit-down meal at their community centre's biggest event so far...
No, like this pal again.
Stu and Amanda Brignall desperately need their second-hand kitchen to work.
Which way's on?
That one, yeah.
That's right.
The oven isn't lighting.
1, 2, 3.
But eventually...
Oh, yeah, it's lit, it's lit, it's lit.
Phew, the animal charity event can go ahead as planned.
I don't stay calm, but I deal with it. I was more demanding in England than I was here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely, yeah. 101%. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
You're a lot more relaxed here.
Nuts. I dropped them.
Well, we're going to start a new tradition. The Greeks throw plates and we're just going to throw nuts.
We haven't had a massive fallout, have we?
Not yet. Probably jinxed it now.
Yeah.
You've messed up my bar now.
Stu, you just stood talking.
Oh, and you've not been doing it for the last 3 hours?
No.
Oh, and I've done this on the table and I've done that on the table.
The panic in the kitchen is over, but there's another emergency to deal with for Amanda and Stu.
People said they weren't coming, now they've sold the tickets to somebody.
The evening is already sold out, but another group of diners have just announced their arrival.
Just going to pick up a few more chairs. A couple of people that cancelled have now decided to uncancel. I've been going on about this for about a week, but Amanda's like last minute Lil. Instead of like going and getting them yesterday, it's all rush now. But it keeps you on your toes. Nice one, mate.
Sorted, yeah?
Yeah, be all right.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
And that will soak in with the pork.
Mmm.
As the hungry punters descend on El Teatro, 20 more than they planned for,
Pint of telly, pint of lager.
their kitchen is again under severe pressure.
One of the microwaves isn't working.
One of El Teatro's second-hand microwaves has broken.
Don't stress me.
So there's 75 plates of vegetables and just one microwave to reheat them.
Nah, that's not working. What if it's the plug?
Good luck, Amanda.
Steve, I'm fretting. Are these warm enough?
No.
Panicking.
Why are you panicking?
Because I can't get these heated enough.
I don't know what to say, babe.
Disaster. Oh, it's 25 to 8. We said to be for 7. This is horrendous. Now I'm struggling. I'm behind. No, they're not hot enough. Oh, Steve.
And the reheating emergency hits new highs.
I think this microwave just blew up then.
Sure.
I just heard like a bang.
Every microwave in the kitchen is now broken. Time to employ some good old-fashioned reheating methods.
Good this spider thing, innit? You just like to watch me squirm. You knew there was a way around me microwave dilemma.
I thought she slightly panicked. I think she went to do so well, which we did, and no one was angry with the service. Yeah, I think she was okay. She was really good. For a second chef, no.
Eventually, all the guests are served their mains.
That food looks amazing.
And a little later, Amanda's special cheesecake.
Do you want to start cutting the next cheesecake? Sorry, I've had a bit panicky, Steve.
With no leftovers for doggy bags, the charity evening has been another huge success.
It's just the old adage, you do business with people that you like and you trust. And these two have got it in spades.
And it seems like the desert expats are finally warming to El Teatro.
Oh, they've got all sorts. We've got a quiz night coming up on Friday night, which we're going to come to as well and join in. You know, it's just nice to have a variety of different things and new people, you know, in the area.
They're our neighbours, actually, because we live just over the back here. They're a nice couple. It's a place that's needed in the area. This is exactly what we need here.
They make you so welcome. We've become good friends and, you know, they do anything for us. And we're doing it for them. They're great.
I think they've done brilliantly taking on this place. I think they're really, really going to bring it alive.
For Stu and Amanda, more hard work lies ahead.
Time's now 11 o'clock, still what, 50 people here?
I'm knackered.
They earned €200 tonight, but most importantly, they earned the loyalty of the local community, so they can now look forward to a comfortable life in their new country.
Here we go.
For me, I can never imagine living back in the UK.
Oh no, I've got my burial plots all over.
Oh, Stuart!
Desert life is everything they dreamed it would be.
I am 100% happy that I've done it. And I can say that with hand on heart.
Same as me. Yeah, it's the right move.
Most definitely.
The Charente, southwest France. It's 4 days since ex-teacher Jenny Gilbert made the biggest move of her life and joined husband Kim.
It feels great. I already feel stress-free. I thought usually in the summer holiday, it takes me probably 3 weeks before I actually relax, but I feel relaxed already just because it's warm and because I'm looking at a great view.
Jenny may be finally warming to her new surroundings, but to fund her new dream life, she has to start working for the family business. How will she make the jump from the classroom to the world of car parts?
03 WFL. Kim wasn't very satisfied with my parcels yesterday and told me that it was unprofessional to send something out in such a state, and he had to redo it, which I was quite hurt about because I thought I'd been very inventive in my parcel making.
Something which just doesn't work. It's your approach to packaging.
I think that does the ticket. Whether Kim thinks so is another matter. Nothing that I do at the moment I can do properly. So everything I do, I'm still learning to do, and it's quite depressing.
G again.
Working with Kim, he's going to get very impatient with me. I can see myself being the cleaner here at some point. And perhaps that's for the best, really. E.g.
After a lifetime of teaching, Jenny's struggling to learn a new trade.
Teaching, it's what you're used to, it's what you're good at.
Yeah.
And then there's parcels.
I'll turn it the other way round because it looks better. What's he trying to say?
Big deal.
I wish that were true.
At the end of each working day, Kim and Jenny make the 10-minute leisurely commute through the French countryside towards their new house, where there's, well, more work to do.
I've actually got a blister from painting. Who would have thought that?
This classic French townhouse used to be a depository for car parts when Kim and Jenny bought their business. Kim has been renovating it for 5 months now, and the end is in sight. Pretty soon, they'll have a kitchen.
We've given it a good coating of woodworm remover. So hopefully that works, because this is going to be a food cupboard.
With Jenny working alongside Kim, the pace of work should pick up a bit.
I've always done my own decorating, until you, really. Mind you, I remember once I'd used staples to staple the wallpaper to the walls. But it worked, and no one noticed until they looked very, very, very closely.
Which is why I'm doing the decorating now.
Nothing like DIY to create a bit of marital tension.
Are you just going to do a line across there as well? It just seems strange to do it in 2 halves like that. OK, Well, you staple wallpaper to walls. Carry on with the light.
Didn't fall off.
Pardon?
It didn't fall off.
Oof, awkward.
Just a little overhang on the end. Perfect.
Much like you, dear.
As if the Gilberts weren't putting their relationship to the test enough today.
You ready for your drive?
Yes, I am actually.
Kim's giving Jenny her first driving lesson on the right, the other side from the UK.
Oh my God. He's got. Oh no, I was just thinking it's on my side of the road.
Right. Priority, it's on the right. Go on, go. You have priority. This side of the car is away from the middle as much as possible.
Yeah.
It's like when his van comes round,
Yeah.
you want to be over there a bit more.
Sunflowers are nice, aren't they?
Yeah, just concentrate on the road.
Okay. Oh, I'll shut my eyes there. I shouldn't do that when I'm driving, should I?
No.
I'm holding a few vehicles up here because I'm going a little bit slowly. Oh, look at the birds of prey. I just really enjoy seeing them.
Jenny, just
Oh, yeah.
watch the road. Cheers.
It seems like it's not just French roads that Jenny needs to get used to. She still hasn't come to terms with being married to the boss.
I feel sometimes I'm a bit taken aback by the way you talk to me. Nobody has ever talked to me in that sort of, well, bossy sort of way at school. I'm kind of usually giving the instructions myself.
Well, you're no longer head of department, are you?
No.
Are you?
No! That's awful, because what if you get power crazed?
Next time, in Spain's trendiest town,
They're blowing away.
a new expat muscles in with her new business idea.
I've left my job, I've left my house. It can fail, but it won't fail. Not if I've got anything to do with it.
As orders take the plunge,
I've got nothing to do.
it's desperate measures for Kim and Jenny.
Is that your vehicle there, sir?
Yeah, right.
Looks like mine needs some parts.
Look at that one, that's an amazing one.
And a British couple's winemaking dream.
I've always loved wine. I like growing fruit.
I mean, it's sort of like gardening on a big scale.
But will it turn sour?
If we don't get a decent harvest this year, we know it won't work.
Every year, thousands of Brits head to Europe for a dream new life.
I feel relaxed already.
And breathe.
But sunshine and scenery and a great lifestyle need to be paid for.
We have to get going, because that's what we're here for, to run a B&B.
So to fund their fairy tale,
Champagne tastes and lemonade money.
brave Brits are taking the plunge and going into business.
What could go wrong?
On this series, we follow those expats, setting up anything from bars and boat charters in Spain
Suddenly, all hell breaks loose.
to vineyards and B&Bs in France.
We're in trouble.
But will they flourish? Or will they fail?
We'd have no money. Oh, la la.
And can they really make a life in the sun pay?
If we don't give it a go now, there's always going to be that what if.
No pain, no gain.
On today's show, in Spain's trendiest town,
They're blowing away.
a new expat muscles in with her business idea.
I've left my job, I've left my house. It can fail, but it won't fail. Not if I've got anything to do with it.
As orders take the plunge,
I've got nothing to do.
it's desperate measures for these expats.
Is that your vehicle there, sir?
Yeah, right.
Looks like mine needs some parts.
Look at that one, that's an amazing one.
And a British couple's winemaking dream.
I've always loved wine. I like growing fruit.
I mean, it's sort of like gardening on a big scale.
But will it turn sour?
If we don't get a decent harvest this year, we know it won't work.
Charente, southwest France. This region gets as much sunshine as Nice on the French Riviera, but properties are a quarter of the price. A 4-bedroom detached house with 1 acre of land can cost as little as £60,000. Kim and Jenny Gilbert moved here from Blackpool 2 months ago to run a classic car parts company.
I like there so much.
Lovely village.
Yeah, we've got the potential to have a really good life here.
It's a very nice place to be.
So far, business has gone without a hitch. Sales have been strong for the first 3 months, but this month they've gone down 10%.
I've got nothing to do.
With the arrival of the summer, most French businesses close down. Not Kim and Jenny, though. They've decided to stay open.
August is basically a really quiet time for businesses generally. A lot of businesses shut down and just let people go on holiday for the month. So the turnover's down, but not unexpectedly.
But if the classic cars aren't coming to Kim and Jenny, then they will go to the classic cars.
It's just brilliant. Love it. Absolutely love it.
The couple have decided to try and drum up some business at this rally on the historic circuit of Angoulême.
Is that your vehicle there, sir?
Yeah, that's right.
Looks like mine needs some parts.
Have you got any with you?
Not with us.
Fiberglass wing.
We'll be open tomorrow morning. Yeah. It's a bit late today.
After years of slogging it away as an export manager in England, Kim's finally enjoying himself at work.
This is where the salesman in Kim really comes out now. He's so confident in stepping up to people and saying, this is what we do, this is where we are.
Bon courage. We sell parts which are often just in a box, and you see the cherish that's gone into a lot of these vehicles, and you think, yeah, we're kind of helping to keep that going. It's got a nice buzz. Yeah.
Just try and slow down, because you're so excited, and we've got a lot of cars to see up there, and it'll make yourself sick.
Yes, dear.
In the early days of motor racing at the beginning of the last century, many historic car races were held on this circuit, which launched the careers of many legendary drivers.
It's fun, isn't it? Brilliant.
It seems like the high-octane atmosphere is winning over Jenny too.
You can smell it, can't it? It's brilliant.
It's brilliant.
Now, I think we should come back and do something, a bit of an involvement with the event next year, see if we can sponsor somebody.
Why didn't we do this 10 years earlier? Actually, it was because I hadn't met you then.
Yeah.
It's been a good day at the races for Kim and Jenny. But will the publicity stunt turn around the slump in summer sales? Marbella on the Costa del Sol. A playground for the rich and famous where it's all about showing off the body beautiful. It's an area where image is everything, and the 24 gyms, 20 health spas and 23 beauty salons within just 12 square miles all cater for the image-conscious crowd. This town is about to acquire one more resident, hailing from a place much less fitness-conscious. Doncaster.
I've never been sportier in my life. Up until the age of sort of mid-20s, I did zero sport, which is ironic considering what I'm about to do.
46-year-old Rosanna Gorman has given up her job as a medical rep to set up a new fitness boot camp in the heart of Marbella, offering a weight loss programme and some super healthy food.
It just seemed like something that really made sense, because it's a very popular thing these days. People want to keep fit, and particularly in that area of Spain, people are, very aware of their bodies. They're, they like to keep fit. So it just seemed like the perfect thing to do, really. So hopefully it'll work out.
Rosanna's leaving her boyfriend to look after their home and is gambling £35,000 of her savings on the business in Spain.
Sometimes you just have to kind of bite the bullet and say, right, if I don't do it now, I never will. And that certainly is, I think, the case with me. If I don't do it now, I'm never going to do it.
As she leaves her home behind, Rosanna makes the move to the Marbella Hills, where she's renting this villa for the boot camp, for €2,500 a month.
Got a twin room on this side, ensuite with a shower, and a twin room on the other side, which is ensuite with a shower.
And she's planning to charge boot camp customers €450 for a week's stay. She needs at least 3 customers a week to break even, but with so many similar businesses in town, she has to stand out.
And the Andalusian tiles, which is quite typically Spanish actually, which is nice because people are coming to Spain, they want to see a bit of Spain.
Rosanna's gambling everything on turning her hobby into her business. And it's all about to start with a taster day for local fitness fanatics in the hope they'll spread the word.
You get into a bit of a rut in your sort of everyday life. In the UK, I was in a job that I didn't particularly enjoy. I always wanted to work for myself, but didn't really know what it was I wanted to do. I would never have dreamed in a million years that I'd have done something regarding fitness, because I just wasn't into fitness or nutrition, you know, a couple of years ago. When I discovered how good that could make me feel, I decided that, you know, there's got to be lots of other people out there who are the same. Hola! Did you get through the traffic okay?
And it seems there are lots of people who feel the same. Many have turned up for the taster day to be put through their paces by local instructor Hannah.
They're blowing away.
Meanwhile, Rosanna is preparing the special food regime she'll be offering all her guests.
I just need to put these outside so when they have a break, it's ready for them.
And again with the right. Come on, these are really good for you.
People keep telling me that I'm very, very brave, that I'm taking a huge risk and they really respect me for that. And I've never really thought of it that way, as being brave. I've always thought of it just, you know, everyone would do it, but everyone doesn't do it. I don't need to go to boot camp because I'm running up and down stairs all day long. Having said I've never been a risk taker, I think I've probably turned into one.
The dry run has finished, and Rosanna's first customers have had a taste of her approach to fitness. Are they impressed?
The trainers are just absolutely amazing. You know, we have the best trainers I've ever trained with anyway. Rose is obviously with the food, so everybody has their own little bit to put in. So, yeah, it's a good place to come.
But with outgoings of €8,000 each month, Rosanna needs to get paying and staying guests through the door and fast.
Yeah. So financially now, the majority of the spend is going to be on the trainers, which are very expensive, the rent of the villa, paying the chef, staff and accommodation really are going to be the main cost. The most difficult thing, or probably the critical factor, is going to be getting the customers through the door.
Are you all in paid?
No, I've left my job, I've left my house. It can fail, but it won't fail. Not if I've got anything to do with it.
The Dordogne in western France. This region was the battleground of the 100 Years' War between the French and the English. But that was in the Middle Ages. Today, there's more of an entente cordiale, as more than 6,000 Brits have come to live here, attracted by the region's beautiful food and wine. France produces more wine than Australia and New Zealand combined. And while French wine is expensive to buy in the UK, to those who live here, it costs half the price. And that's what's attracted former farmers Sue and Humphrey Temperley,
Nice nose.
who have moved from Somerset to the village of Gajac-et-Rouillac.
It's just about the space out here. There's so much space. It's like living in, well, I'm not sure about Never Never Land. I've never been sure about that, but it's fantastic. Oh, cheers.
But Sue and Humphrey have not come here just to drink the wine. They've come here to make it.
Let's go to the younger Merlot, shall we?
Okay.
They've bought Chateau Lester Veni, a historic residence with 80 acres of land where they grow Merlot, Cabernet Sauvignon and Cabernet Franc.
The coolest thing in the world is to be able to take wine to a party in London with your own name on the bottle.
The Vineyard is Sue and Humphrey's retirement project after a lifetime of farming in the UK.
Look at that one. That's an amazing one.
I've always loved wine. I like growing fruit, I love growing things, and we wanted to live in France, and so what better to do than to grow vines?
Yes, I mean, it's sort of like gardening on a big scale.
That's pretty much what I want to see. It's a very quite heavy crop. It's all in the right place. I don't want any grapes that are touching the ground because they're much more likely to get diseased.
Look, they're all flopping, aren't they?
Yeah.
Sue and Humphrey are responsible for growing the grapes, pressing them, bottling the wine and selling it. Last year, they made 75,000 bottles.
We have a lot of names for different areas of the vineyard. So like 5 rows of very strange, gnarled old vines, which we called the Weird 5. Humphrey'd say, where are you going to prune now? And I'd say, oh, I'm going up to the Weirds. If we didn't like each other's company, we'd go nuts in a short time.
We probably are nuts already. I mean, I think we probably have to be nuts to buy a vineyard at our age.
Running a vineyard is a 7 days a week, 12 months a year job. But they are not alone.
Would you mind just picking up these once more?
Former cook Matt and his girlfriend Katie have come over from England for a year to learn the business of winemaking. They will help Humphrey and Sue running the business throughout the year.
It's hard work. It's quite funny because I kind of looked from the house at the top and thought it was just a small field of vines. And then when I got here and I'd been round them all, Humphrey said, oh, we got the stuff at the back. And they said, oh, there's some over the road. So it got bigger and bigger.
Matthew has always had a passion for wine, but during the process of the year, it's definitely become my dream as well.
Sue and Humphrey haven't turned a profit since they bought the vineyard.
Don't know what that is.
So far, a combination of bad weather and mistakes in timing the harvests has meant they've had low yields.
Actually, if you'd started 30 years earlier, you'd probably be one of the area's great winemakers. Whereas, and if you lived till 100, you still could be, but it's harder when you've got less time.
This year will be crucial. If Sue and Humphrey want to carry on running a vineyard, they have to finally turn a profit.
I feel we've done everything right with the vines this year. So in a way, they sort of owe it to us to maximise the yield. But you can do everything right and then the weather will come along and undo it. Until it's in the vat, there's no counting on it.
With 10 weeks to go before this year's harvest, will the Templys cling on to their winemaking dream?
If we don't get a decent harvest this year, we know it won't work and we'll have to put it on the market.
Yeah, we'll be into plan B or C or D.
The Charente. In this quiet corner of France, there are 69 weekly farmers' markets full of outstanding locally produced wine, cheese and bread. More than 16,000 Brits now live in the region, and among them is Jenny Gilbert, who moved here to join her husband Kim and set up a classic car parts business.
It's great when we get a delivery because it means that we swing into action down here. This is like Christmas every day.
I know what to get you for Christmas then, don't I?
Sales have gone down 10%. So ex-teacher Jenny is putting everything into winning customers.
There's no box there.
She spent her working life surrounded by children in classrooms. Now she has to learn how to deal with big burly men with a passion for cars.
I need a candle.
Good luck.
So how long have you lived here?
11 years.
And I've been in this part of France for 5.
Have you?
Well, yeah, 5.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Oh.
And what do you say now?
2 teas. Would you like some? Seriously, would you like some?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. No?
Oh, yes, cups of tea for the lads. That's the way forward.
There we go.
Cheers, cheers.
Back at home with Jenny helping Kim, restoration work on their classic French townhouse has picked up a great deal.
I've brought you bar snacks.
Over the last 6 months, Kim has completely restructured the interior of the house, putting in a whole new floor and making 8 brand new rooms. Now all the rooms are ready to be decorated and furnished, and the massive painting job has begun.
I'll do the brushes and the cutting in, and you can do the rollers. See if you can get as much on the wall as you do on the floor.
I'll do my best.
Today is Kim and Jenny's 9th wedding anniversary, But there's no time for celebrations.
I'm pretty good with a paintbrush, you know.
Well, just show us how good you can be with a roller.
Oh, this is nice.
Oops. Put my foot in the paint. It's good, isn't it? What do you think?
I think I've discovered an extra talent that I have.
What's that, making sandwiches?
No.
Okay. Happy anniversary, darling.
Thank you, darling.
That's the way to spend it.
Yeah.
The Dordogne in southern France. Millions of bottles of wine are produced here every year. 75,000 of which come from Chateau Les Devenny.
Lovely colour.
Run by English expats Sue and Humphrey Temperley.
It's good.
Chateau Les Devenny is an independent vineyard, which means that Sue and Humphrey have to bottle and market the wine as well as make it. But they can't do every job on their own.
Fromage? Oui?
Today, Humphrey has hired a contractor and his special machine to bottle some of last year's wine.
We've only used him once before. This is the second time. So we've got to get the bottles onto the machine, some wine into the bottles, and the corks into the bottles, and then put them in the crates.
Humphrey's wine is kept in these tanks from harvest to final bottling to monitor the aging process. The wine is now due to be bottled and sold. It's a crucial process for these expats, as they need to sell some bottles and make money.
I would like, by the end of today, every tank in the building will be empty, because it's either been sold or bottled.
And it's all hands to the pump today. Sue and trainee Matt's girlfriend Katie have joined the production line.
We're a week behind because the machine has been having problems, so hopefully it will run today.
It's probably like going to the gym. It's a lot of bending and stretching, only unfortunately there's liquid and glass involved, so if anything goes wrong, it's probably worse than going to the gym.
Oops. They've barely started, but bottles are already breaking. Looks like the machine's not quite fixed yet.
He's hitting it with a hammer.
That's always a last resort in my...
So I'll lend him my bigger hammer.
Every time a bottle breaks, Humphrey and Sue turn a potential €5 profit into a €5 loss.
The line stopped, I guess, because he's altering the pressure. Humphrey?
Yes, the cork expert thinks the bottles have got too much pressure in them. The top cork's a tiny bit far in and the air gap's a bit small, so we'll adjust it.
Sue and Humphrey are already a week behind with their suppliers and are falling behind even further. If they can't bottle, they can't sell.
We've got 15 crates to do today and we've done
Well, it's
2.5.
going to be 2 hours and we've done 2.
Only another 6,000 to go.
What time is it now? 3 hours longer than we should have been. Anyway,
But hitting the machine with the hammer seems to have paid off. When production is restarted, there are no more breakages. At the end of the day, 9,000 bottles have been filled, which means they can now be sold.
We've kept our cool and we're there.
Now Sue is in charge of a huge marketing job.
So we'll just put this rest of this stuff in.
She is off to the biggest supermarket in the area, 10 miles away, with apprentice Matt.
We've got very little petrol.
At least they'll have plenty of wine, and they're about to try and promote it amongst a crowd of discerning French shoppers.
We had 2 tasting things where were quite interesting. 3 of them said, oh, it's bon. And the 4th one, who was a bit sulky, said, oh, c'est bon pour un anglais. Say, it's good for an Englishman. And anyway, so it's become a standing joke that our wines are good for an Englishman.
Here we are. Here's These are Les Devaney shelves. There's a nice picture of Humphrey being the winemaker.
It's time for these English expats to find their niche in the market among scores of French producers.
Vous voulez une petite dégustation?
No, thank you very much.
I asked Guy just now if he'd like a petite dégustation. He said, no, I'm a teetotaler and I have been for 20 years.
Great start.
Would you like a little tasting?
I'm working. I think it's perhaps not a good idea.
Au revoir.
Things are not going so well.
Bonsoir. Could you taste a little? No.
But ex-chef and apprentice Matt finally hooks a customer. Bonne chance, mon ami.
Humphrey, 16 euros. 6. It was a bit awkward because I was getting my numbers mixed up. So I think I was telling him it was 16 euros. I don't know if I'm starting to talk a little bit of Spanish as well, getting mixed up. Would you like to go through them all?
After an hour and a half, sales seem to be improving.
Très, très bon.
I sold loads of red this afternoon, so...
Yeah, I had a little mini rush, so I sold about 6 bottles of red then.
Unless, of course, you mean 16.
Bonjour. Vous voulez une petite dégustation?
As they desperately try to sell more wine...
Too young, Phil.
Will these English wine producers win over the French shoppers and carry on living the dream? In Marbella on the Costa del Sol, ex-medical rep Rosanna Gorman's fitness boot camp retreat is up and running.
They're probably burning about 4,000 calories a day, so they need plenty of good nutrition. It's all very healthy.
If Rosanna wants to make a success of her boot camp, she knows it will have to stand out. There are 24 gyms in the area already.
It's very vital to differentiate myself from the pack, if you like. So in line with all of that is the complementary therapies, the massage, the beauty therapy. So it is very, very important to make sure we have these things on offer if people want them.
Today, Rosanna has decided to try out a new treatment for herself.
Hello.
One which she hopes will impress the Marbella crowd.
The method is based on knowledge from the Far Eastern world. They all use sound in the day-to-day for healing purposes and curing purposes.
Therapist Christine Heckel offers her exclusive bell-ringing therapy in the Marbella area, which Rosanna may use to complement her other boot camp treatments.
With these sounds, we help people to come into the relaxed state, which can go into very deep trance.
It's quite nice just to have a lay down. And the tone of the bowls is actually quite relaxing to listen to.
There's no blockage in that area here necessarily.
It's nice to know I've not got a blocked bum.
Well, yes. Thank you very much.
But at the end of the trial session, Rosanna is not convinced by this latest Marbella craze.
I did want to laugh a little bit, and which is awful because she's absolutely lovely and fantastic. But I think it's just because I'm not used to that kind of thing.
So the bell-ringing treatment won't be on offer at Rosanna's boot camp, but the number of guests is still too small to make the business profitable.
I tend to get quite a good conversion rate from the inquiries that I get, although I don't get a huge amount of inquiries.
Hiya. Hi, how you doing? I'm good.
It's time for Rosanna to look for new customers, not just in the UK, but all over the world.
This is your storefront.
Well, there's no other way for people to find me other than online.
It has to be aesthetically pleasing to look at.
Yeah, I think mine's quite pretty.
It is very pretty.
So she is using a local internet marketing specialist to target UK and American fitness fanatics.
As long as you're depositing your brand into somebody's brain, you're going to shoot up in ranks.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Nice to see you.
Rosanna has set herself a target of 3 customers a week to break even.
I think that went really well, actually. The optimisation of the website's really important because obviously I need people to be able to find me. We need need to get the advertising right and the marketing right, and we need to get the people through the door. The things that I'm worried about, obviously, are not getting enough customers and you know, not being able to go forward.
It's September in the Charente, the new home of Kim and Jenny Gilbert.
Let's get a bit of organisation here.
Sales have picked up at their classic car park business, which has now been open for 5 months.
This part here, we've got actually 57 of them.
With new orders coming in, Kim and Jenny are having a clear out of unused car parts.
Obviously, they're not a seller, so what does that say to you when you look at it?
Croquet hoop.
It's croquet hoop. Sell it as a kid's thing for Christmas. It could be a fun game.
What are they going to hit the
Well, that's it. They have to provide their own stick.
Or mallet.
And after months of work, they've finally finished renovating their French home.
A lovely house.
Really nice community.
Nice village, in an area of countryside which is beautiful and with a 5-minute commute to work.
When they bought this property exactly a year ago, it was used as a store for car parts. The beams and floors were in dire need of restoration, and the rooms were full of mould and woodworm. Kim smashed through the old structure to open up new spaces, turning this classic French townhouse into a comfortable property with 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a kitchen diner, and 2 attic rooms.
I can't believe I'm in a room like this because I've never ever dreamed of having a bedroom like this. It's just a wonderful place to wake up. It just makes you feel all happy inside.
With the help of a team of British builders, Kim preserved the classic 19th century interior, adding a variety of modern touches.
We knocked the wall through into what was the area where customers would come in to a counter not dissimilar to what we got here. There were times when I thought we'd never finish, and now we have. I'm not only pleased with this house, I'm proud of this house, and I love this house.
To be honest, I never thought I'd love the house, but I do. I absolutely adore it.
With the arrival of autumn, business has finally picked up again, and with everything settled at home and at work...
It's so nice to be out here. Beautiful. It's beautiful here.
Belatedly, they celebrate their 9th wedding anniversary.
We said that on our 10th anniversary we'd go back to Hawaii.
Well, let's do it then.
And do the same. Shall we, really?
Well, there's no reason why not, is there?
After a tense first summer, with slumps in sales, Jenny's jitters about leaving the UK, and 12 months living apart, it seems like they've got round to being husband and wife again.
I was scared for our relationship, I have to say. We were drifting apart in terms of our worlds.
Well, pulled apart.
Pulled apart by the worlds that we were in. We've invested every single thing we have into it.
And every emotion.
It's all in here in France.
Cheers, Jenny. Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary.
You trusted me.
I did trust you. Yeah. I just thought, well, why not? Why not have an adventure?
When we go out to eat in any part of the world, we don't kind of...
I'm sorry, I wasn't... Do you know, I just haven't listened to a word you said because I was enjoying my food so much. I'm so sorry. I just stopped listening.
Yeah, I know.
It's been really, really hard. And this house has been a thorn in our flesh. It's caused us both, and especially you, a lot of worry. And I really feel now we've got it as a home. It's like our new beginning is now, isn't it? This is it. This is the beginning of everything.
The house is home.
Yeah.
It's the beginning.
The town of Sainte-Foy-les-Grandes in southwest France. Sue and Humphrey Temperley have been coming to this weekly market ever since they moved to this area.
We find anything we want down here. Prices are reasonable, they're very fresh, very good. It's an essential part of our week.
Allez-y, madame.
Merci.
It's amazing. It's one of the great pleasures of living in France.
In this area of France, you can stock up on groceries using exclusively local, unbranded products.
Bonjour. 4 escalopes de poulet, s'il vous plaît.
Yeah, it's not like the plastic chicken that you get used to in the UK.
That's a bit unfair to a lot of UK chicken producers.
Yeah.
Sue and Humphrey themselves are among this region's producers. They make wine at their historic Chateau Lesteveni. Today, guests are expected for a tasting of last year's wine.
When they come for a tasting, it's nice to get it looking sort of a bit neat.
It's you she's talking to, Humphrey.
It's the worst brush I've found for ages.
I tell you what, you need the wheelbarrow now to put that stuff in.
Why don't you do what you usually do and stuff it behind the hedge?
How do you know about behind the hedge?
Oops.
That's exactly what I normally do. Look, there's the last lot. All the dead leaves. It helps the hedge stay. I'll hold the hedge while you stuff it down.
No one will ever know.
This could be why the hedge grows so well, because it has all this extra mulch.
Almost every day during the summertime, visitors arrive at Chateau Lesteveni as part of a wine tour organised by a local tourist company. This is Humphrey's chance to make money as he can sell direct to these customers.
It's the largest wine producing area in the whole world and produces lots more wine than the whole of Australia and New Zealand put together.
Time to put on a show and really sell some wine.
The difference between this and most people's... Sorry. The heart attack speciality. Now this is the blend I was talking about earlier, the Sauvignon blend. It's a nice soft finish. I try not to drip stuff on people's trousers.
These tourists spent €65 each today. This includes transport to the chateau to taste every wine produced by Humphrey. Now it's the turn of the rosé.
There are some men who seem to think that real men don't drink rosé. Mostly men who drink this rosé seem to like it. It's a unisex rosé.
Tastings always end with the strongest wine in the house, the red.
Are you worried about your dressing?
Which has an alcohol content of nearly 14%.
The price structure is very simple. Most things are 5 and the reds are 6 or 8. And the saucy neck's a bit more.
This is the moment Humphrey has been waiting for.
So think about what if you want to take some home. I'll give you time to think amongst yourselves.
As the visitors get a chance to order some wine to take away.
The Bergerac Set 2012 and a bottle of the Rouge 2010.
2 bowls of the
Okay.
I'm happy with any of them.
Absolutely.
So how are you travelling? Are you driving back or you've got...
We're flying.
We fly back.
Limited.
Thinking of buying an extra bag. Just leave the clothes behind.
It's been a good day for Humphrey. He's just sold €300 worth of wine.
I've got lots of new long-term customers from it. It's very much kind of luck of the draw. I mean, sometimes customers came back immediately and spent €400. Sometimes I've never seen them again. I regard it as very, very good advertising. Hope you enjoyed yourself.
Very good.
Okay, good. Well, thank you. That's great.
As Humphrey waits for the arrival of the next batch of visitors,
That's good. She's right. They were both worried about
he returns to his main job, growing grapes.
Sunday, Monday, Tuesday are going to be nice. Just as a big high hanging around over western France.
So it's going to be fine for 3 days.
I can get quite enthusiastic about that. By Thursday, the forecast is getting incredibly inaccurate.
With good weather forecast until the end of the week, all Sue and Humphrey have to do is make sure that the sun's rays reach the grapes by tidying the leaves with the help of Matt and Katie.
We're going to be letting light and air into the baby grapes so that they can develop and don't get too many fungus diseases and so on.
A steady exposure to the sun increases the sugar content of the grapes, which will be transformed into alcohol. For a successful crop, it is vital that the weather stays good. But they know that failure is always looming. A nasty turn in the weather could destroy a year's work.
You could be growing them perfectly and then something happens. Or like last year, it rained solidly for July and August. That was terrible. I mean, there's so many variables.
Yeah, there's loads of ways of losing the plot on the way, some of which are under our control.
With 10 weeks to go before harvest, will the Temperleys finally manage to turn a profit from their investment? It's been 12 weeks since ex-medical rep Rosanna Gorman arrived in Marbella to set up her boot camp business, the Aurora.
Couple more. Oh, I love working this tan.
Offering weight loss and fitness holidays.
It's very exciting. It's like a complete new era in my life. I'm 46 now, so I'm not getting any younger.
So far, Rosanna has had a steady trickle of customers, so the business is picking up. But that means plenty of work for her.
I've got to get up, I've got to cook breakfast, I've got to clean the rooms, I've got to do this, I've got to do that. But now that I've got into it, I wake up in the morning and I actually think, oh, wow, I actually live here. I have to pinch myself sometimes when I'm, you know, look at this. It's great. What more could I want?
As she sets up the boot camp, Rosanna has left her boyfriend behind in Doncaster. If she makes a success of the business, then they will both relocate in a year's time.
It's difficult because I'm here on my own, but I'm doing it for a reason, and hopefully in the long run it's going to be a positive thing.
As well as exercise, ultra-healthy food is also available at the Aurora. So Rosanna is off to source fresh produce at the biggest market in the area, in the city of Malaga.
Wow, this is amazing. Look at this. Just fruit and vegetables everywhere.
And in southern Spain, it seems everything is so much bigger.
Wow, look at the size of the peaches.
More than half of the fresh fruit and vegetables consumed in Europe are grown in this area of Spain.
Huge.
But clearly, they keep the best for themselves.
Look at the dates. Everything's just so big. Dragon fruit. I've never actually eaten one, to be honest.
One moment, don't touch. Eh?
No, you're not allowed to touch on this one either. I've just been told off for touching. Not allowed to touch. There's a sign.
And one market vendor is keen to share more than just his fresh nuts with Rosanna.
What's in it?
Piel de cabra, caprino. Piel de cabra. Ahora, what is your name?
Rosanna.
Ah, Rosanna. I like Rosanna. Rosanna, you open the mouth.
No.
Yes.
No.
Mira.
No.
Look at me. Open the mouth. Mira.
No.
Look at me.
Okay.
Open the mouth.
No, you can do it.
A moment, please.
Well, I don't know what he's doing down there. I think I'm full. Well, if nothing else, I've got a phone number and an address.
Rosanna leaves the market with 2 kilos of fruit and vegetables and the grocer's phone number.
Hi.
And she's back just in time to welcome her first returning guest, Lisa.
Looking good.
Thank you.
You having this one?
Lisa, who lives in Suffolk, took part in Rosanna's first taster day 5 weeks ago after finding the new business on the internet.
I was looking for a boot camp in the UK really, just for a weekend, and I put boot camp in and Rosanna's came up. Spend a week in the UK in the mud or spend a week in Marbella in the sun. It's a no-brainer really, isn't it? I'm going to be 40 in August and I just wanted to lose as much weight as I could. I will be a size 10 and I will get into that bikini and my affirmations every day. I will get smaller and leaner.
Lisa's return is good news for Rosanna.
Here it is. This is what you come to Spain for, really, isn't it? The sunshine and the pool.
But while business is picking up for Rosanna, there are other problems to deal with.
My partner in the UK and I are no longer together. We decided between us that it wasn't going to work, and we split up for various reasons. He's in the UK. We own a house together still, so we still have ties in that respect. But other than that, that's finished. I've discovered that I really can do things on my own, and I am pretty independent, and I don't mind, you know, sort of doing things on my own. I quite like it, actually. I quite like being responsible for me and everything else.
So with no ties left in the UK, Rosanna needs to make a success of her boot camp more than ever. Next time.
I have no relationship in the UK. I've got nothing to go back for.
It's decision time for Rosanna as the season comes to an end.
If I had to choose between finding the love of my life and the business, I would choose the business.
It's time to take stock at the British-run dive centre.
My accountant, when I took the invoices to her, her face actually went white.
Will these expats risk all their profits again?
Then I'm an ambitious bugger.
And as they prepare for harvest, there's a shock for the Temperleys.
Well, I've broken my leg.
Every year, thousands of Brits head to Europe in search of a dream.
To a dad, that is just pure pleasure.
This is heaven on earth.
But sunshine and scenery and a great lifestyle need to be paid for.
My bank is empty. We've got nothing left.
So to fund their fairy tale...
Get your little fishy when the boat comes in.
Brave Brits are taking the plunge and going into business. On this series, we follow those expats.
Dave, you got any euros?
Setting up anything from bars and boat charters in Spain to vineyards and B&Bs in France.
Not happy. Not happy.
But will they flourish?
If we're going to do it, we must do it properly.
Or will they fail?
Money doesn't grow on trees.
It is life or death.
And can they really make a life in the sun pay?
Fans broke down.
You are joking.
It went bang.
On today's show...
I have no relationship in the UK. I've got nothing to go back for.
It's decision time for the owner of Marbella's newest boot camp.
If I had to choose between finding the love of my life and the business, I would choose the business.
As the season closes at this British-run dive centre...
My accountant, when I took the invoices to her, her face actually went white.
Will these expats risk all their profits again?
Then I'm an ambitious bugger. Nice one, everyone.
And a shock for the Brits trying to break into the French wine business.
Well, I've broken my leg.
The Costa del Sol in Andalusia, Spain's top destination for fun in the sun. This area enjoys more than 3,000 hours of sunshine a year, almost double the UK average. There are about 8 million residents in Andalusia, 8% of whom are expats. Among them are Brits Simon and Natasha Bell and their son Ruben.
Flower.
Who is it for?
For Ruben.
Oh, it's for Ruben. Is it not for Mummy?
Former journalists Simon and Natasha have moved here from London to run their own dive centre.
There's our house just down there. Across the fields, our nearest neighbour is on another hill over there. And this compares to where I used to live, on the Mile End Road in the East End of London, in a studio flat that's about the size of this and cost the same amount in rent as our 150-year-old converted farmhouse.
The couple have been running a dive centre in the resort of Torremolinos for 7 years. 6 months ago, they expanded, buying another dive centre in the Costa del Sol's trendiest town, Marbella. It's now nearly the end of season.
If he has some spare paint, would he do our step?
And time to do some maintenance.
This is the boss of the port. He's a good guy. If you have a little spare of that lovely blue, could he do my step?
Oh, on the step in blue?
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh, really?
Yeah, sure.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
You see, it just goes to show, if you don't ask, you don't get, right?
I know. Que no llora, no
She's too
mama.
polite. Sorry?
Yeah, in Spanish is que no llora, no mama.
If you don't cry, you don't get booby.
That is when you have a baby.
Yeah. So if you don't cry, you don't get booby.
Ah, booby. I didn't know that was booby.
But it's also time to take stock and decide if the expansion's been a success.
Come on, Vinny, we know you're old.
I can't help it if I dive with style.
Simon's team have worked flat out to establish their new dive centre. A job which has had its ups
1, 2, 3.
and its downs.
Van's broke down.
You are joking.
It went bang.
This year has really been just paying off the investment. So, yeah, the coming year and the coming years will definitely be able to afford to expand even more. When you see something grow slightly, you can see then the capacity for it to grow really, really big.
Now the season has ended and it's time to count the cash.
The last couple of days has just been the deadline to hand all of our accounts into our accountant. And it probably is the most hellish part of the entire season. For the 2 dive centres, we can have anything up to 30 or 40 invoices on a busy day. So my accountant, when I took the invoices to her a couple of days ago, her face actually went white.
It's been lots of paperwork for Natasha, but the takings are looking good.
All black, ninja style.
And Simon thinks he knows exactly where they should spend all that profit.
Sometime in the very near future, we'll have Simply Diving number 3 in Gibraltar.
See, I just blanked that out of my mind for the moment. I'm enjoying my sleep at the moment, and I would like to just continue enjoying my sleep that little bit longer.
Natasha has not been keen to risk their savings again to open another dive centre.
I don't know if we are ready for Gibraltar yet.
And that's exactly what you said about Marbella.
Despite Natasha's misgivings, Simon is determined to push until he gets what he wants, even raising the subject at a night out with his parents.
We don't need Gibraltar.
Oh, yes, we do.
There's a lovely Greek saying that says, the husband is the head of the family, but it's the woman who turns the neck. I will be turning the neck.
Away from Gibraltar. Here we have the confirmation of the setting up of the company. We even know that we have a space in Marina Village. We've done all the hard work, all the homework, all the paperwork, although Natasha wasn't too pleased about the idea.
With the autumn season looming, will Simon manage to convince Natasha to put everything on the line once again and open up their Gibraltar dive centre? Southwest France, a draw for millions of tourists each year, many of whom are lured by its world-famous wines. In this area, about 1,000 registered vineyards grow a variety of selected regional grapes. Sue and Humphrey Temperley moved to this area to produce their own wine after selling their farm in Somerset. Now they're settled in the village of Gajac-et-Rouillac.
England has become, over my lifetime, incredibly crowded, incredibly stressy, and I don't actually miss any of that. No traffic noise, no hassle, no commuting to work, all of those kind of things are great.
But after years of bad weather and mistakes in timing previous harvests, Sue and Humphrey haven't turned a profit yet.
You wouldn't want to be harvesting that this week, would you?
If they don't get a good crop this year, they will be forced to give up the vineyard.
There's no plan B about this project. We make this project work, or we have to sell up and go and live in a bungalow by the seaside.
This year, Sue and Humphrey think they're onto a winner. The weather has been ideal so far, with the right mixture of sunshine rain. And they've managed to keep their vines healthy and strong.
This is our 6th summer, and I hope we'll all enjoy the wine.
But now they're faced with a big decision, one that they got wrong in the past. When exactly should they harvest their grapes?
We have to wait for the Malbec to be ripe before we can really harvest the Merlot.
It's nearly autumn and the weather could turn any moment and ruin the crop. But Humphrey is feeling lucky and has decided to gamble and postpone harvest for a week in the hope of more sunshine.
They aren't fully ripe, and so if I was really jumpy and worried, I could take them now and deal with some of the consequences, but I'd much rather leave them out there for another week and get a super quality product, which is what we will do if they don't come to some horrible end in the meantime. If you want something good, you've got to go for it, and going for it means taking some risks.
But a risk of a different sort has caused unexpected new problems.
Right, do you want to be on this or do you want that?
Well, I've broken my leg.
Just before the start of the red grape harvest, Humphrey has fallen over and badly injured himself.
Got very tired on Saturday evening and missed my footing coming down from top of one of the wine tanks. Swung down and fell onto the concrete wall, so now got 2 pins in my upper leg, upper tibia. Right, let's see if that gets into that one. And can't put much weight on it for a month or so.
This is a massive blow. Not only was Humphrey due to direct operations on harvest day, but he was also going to be the only tractor driver.
So let your bit slack, Sue. Now supervise and wave my crutches and get the harvest finished.
His apprentice, ex-cook Matt, is standing in for Humphrey, but he's never driven a tractor before.
We won't laugh at you, we promise.
So today, Sue and Humphrey are putting him through his paces. If he can't get it right, they'll have to hire a driver and cut into their profits.
It's quite difficult driving big trailers backwards, which you can't see where you're going. Some people can do it, some people can't. And the people who kind of hopeless at reversing trailers. Put on. Well done, good.
Spot on. That's amazing.
It's a job well done for Matt. But when harvest day comes, he will have to do this manoeuvre many times with a loaded trailer. Sue and Humphrey's future rests on this harvest. Now they're one man down. Will they pull it off? The Spanish town of Marbella is the most glamorous place on the Costa del Sol. It's the second greenest city in Europe, with just 23% of its land urbanised. Here, €20 million villas rub shoulders with flats costing just €80,000. Rosanna Gorman from Doncaster has given up her job as a medical rep and poured more than £35,000 into starting up a residential boot camp and fitness centre.
Since I got here, I feel, much better in myself. I love this weather. I love being in the sun. It makes me feel better. It's like paradise, isn't it? Beautiful.
Rosanna is renting a 5-bedroom villa that can cater for up to 11 people.
It's a very, very good place. Very nice.
And she has given herself a year to see if she should make this move permanent.
I do like to watch them. I sometimes watch them when they don't think I'm watching as well, which is quite good.
It's been a slow start with just 30 customers in the first 5 weeks.
Hi, how you doing?
So Rosanna is trying to drum up business using an online consultant to update her marketing.
This is your storefront.
Well, there's no other way for people to find me other than online.
Yeah, and then
really. The things that I'm worried about, obviously, are not getting enough customers and not being able to go forward.
Rosanna is also exploring the local markets for quality products to improve the food on offer for her guests.
Wow, this is amazing. Look at this. Just fruit and vegetables everywhere.
And it seems like things are looking up. Rosanna just welcomed her first returning guest. Lisa, who signed up for a week of one-to-one intensive training to get the dream body she's always wanted.
Fabulous, that's great, you can get off now. Okay, so we'll do exactly the same measurements we did last time. So we'll do the bust, the waist, the hips, the thigh and bicep. Okay, so we've got all your measurements and your weight, and then we'll look at again the end of this week from the beginning of the week and see what the differences are.
It's not necessarily about what I want to lose, it's what I want to feel like in my clothes, etc. The inches and everything that come off my body rather than the weight.
Rosanna has miles of sandy beaches just a kilometre away from the villa.
Ready?
They are the perfect location to put Lisa through her intensive training programme.
Couple more. Oh, I love working in sand. I love it.
I've got sand where sand really shouldn't be.
First mission accomplished. 4 kilometres. Done.
That's hard work. I think we deserve a little rest now. You saw a lot more flesh here. So people just seem to look after themselves more here than you would find in the UK. Everybody's into fitness. You see loads of people jogging and running and, you know, all the time. What more could you want? It's not a bad job, really, is it?
But to keep her dream job, Rosanna needs to make sure clients keep coming. So she has decided to sign up for an exclusive business networking event.
This is Ellen and Derek. They're friends of mine. They are involved in the networking events and so on in Malaga. And they told me about this event and said it would be good for me to meet people because I don't get out much.
Ellen and Derek have lived in Spain for many years and know a lot of British expats in the area. Their aim is to boost local businesses by putting local entrepreneurs in touch with each other.
There could be some business networking. You meet someone, they're offering a service that you actually need. Oh, great.
Hopefully I'll speak to some of them. Hi, excuse me, I'm really sorry to interrupt. What's your name?
Alice.
Alice, I'm Rosanna. Nice to meet you.
Spanish way.
Spanish way, definitely. I run a company called Aurora Boot Camp, and it's for people who want to get fitter, lose some weight. It's quite nerve-wracking to do it sometimes. There's me, the personal me, who is actually quite shy and would die if I had to do these things. And then there's like the business side of me who just goes and does it. We're absolutely gluten-free and lactose-free, so there's no bread, no cheese.
Over 400 people have been invited to the event.
Hola.
And Rosanna is keen not to miss any potential new business contacts.
Do you know what my business is?
No. Despite the nerves, Rosanna manages to work the whole room.
Making some decisions.
And finds a promising new lead.
I've met Alice. She's actually a yoga teacher, so we're probably going to go out and do lunch and talk about things. So she's absolutely fantastic. So that's going to be really good.
At the end of a night of networking, Rosanna is feeling much more connected and confident.
It's been excellent. Everyone I've spoken to is like wanted to add me on Facebook and wanting to meet me for lunch, and it's been really good. Loved it.
But only time will tell if Rosanna's new business contacts mean more work for her boot camp. In Gajac-et-Rouillac, southwest France, finally it's harvest day for Sue and Humphrey Temperley.
To say when the grapes get this ripe, it is one of the best parts of the job. I love it.
After a few unprofitable years, this harvest is make or break for their business. The grapes look good, but they are short of a winemaker, Humphrey, who has broken his leg.
It's just as well they shaved your leg.
When you go to a French chemist, normally end up with a carry bag of stuff. In this case, it was a bit more extreme than that. Now I've got 2 pins in my upper leg. Can't put much weight on it for a month or so.
Their most important harvest is about to start. But Humphrey is under strict doctor's orders not to do any work. It's 8 a.m.
So the plan for this morning is the harvester will arrive hopefully in the next 10 minutes, quarter of an hour. The harvester will harvest the grapes and Matthew will bring them from where the harvester is in the field with the tractor and trailer into the shay. And then we pump the grapes from the trailers into the big vats.
It's been a long slog to produce the perfect crop. Apprentice Matt will have the crucial job of bringing home the grapes today.
A lot of anticipation. I've been here for 6 months now, so I've been waiting for this day. I was up since 5 with butterflies in my stomach, getting really excited, so looking forward to it.
What could go wrong?
It's not long before the grape harvester arrives.
Right on time as well.
This €300,000 beast is shared with the neighbouring vineyards. When harvest starts, it will travel along the vine, sucking off the grapes like a giant vacuum cleaner.
Matthew?
Once harvested, Apprentice Matt will load the grapes and tow them back to the tanks with his tractor, a job he's never done before.
Hey, Kelsey, if there's any problem, just hoot.
Okay. I only started driving the tractor and trailer yesterday properly. Had half an hour's rehearsals and did a few backings in. So it's learning quick in the deep end, really. There's a lot riding on it. Obviously, there's a harvester there worth hundreds of thousands. One little move wrong and I could crash into that. I've obviously got the tractor and the trailer, which is worth a lot of money, and the load as well. It's the whole year's work riding on this, really.
Sue and Humphrey's livelihood depends on the success of this harvest.
I just want to tell Humphrey it started, but he isn't answering his phone at the moment. So he probably hasn't got it with him. But I thought he had, actually.
Humphrey's disappearance remains a mystery, but not for long.
It is Humphrey.
Despite being banned from driving, he's come to the field on a tractor.
I was just ringing you to say that he's here.
The doctor will be really happy.
I'm afraid I'm not a very good patient, and I don't like being told what to do. I don't like being confined to bed. And no, I don't really like people telling me what I have to do.
Only Humphrey probably would drive a tractor with a broken leg.
But that's enough driving for Humphrey for the day.
Bonjour. Ça va bien? Oui. Ah, deux vis. Ah, c'est bien.
It's Apprentice Matt who will take the first load of grapes back to base. But is he ready to fill Humphrey's boots? As Matt reverses towards the harvester, he can count on the help and direction of his boss.
Just wait to see where he comes to? Yeah.
How lucky.
No, whoa! Okay. No, back. Whoa! Oh! Watch him. Okay.
Matt was inches away from crashing into the €300,000 harvester.
He was doing something very annoying, not concentrating on driving, and so I told him off.
He's quite bossy. Delegation isn't you, really.
I don't mind so much about my machine. The shared machine is very expensive, and luckily no harm was done.
On the first one, I was looking at the grapes going into the trailer rather than keeping my eye on the harvester, so that's why Humphrey got a little bit stressed. But now I know that I don't take my eyes off that man.
But this is only the first of 6 trailer loads they need to get in. Can Matt avoid more potentially costly mistakes? In Marbella on the Costa del Sol, Rosanna Gorman has been putting returning guest Lisa through her paces during a week-long stay at her boot camp retreat, the Aurora.
God, that's hard.
Rosanna has devised this whole programme specifically for Lisa, and Lisa's final weigh-in tomorrow will confirm if her strategy has worked. Only 10 weeks ago, Rosanna was living in the UK with her boyfriend and working as a medical rep.
So these are all notes that I'm doing now.
She's still wondering whether her move to Spain will be permanent, but her private life has recently taken a dramatic turn.
You get pictures of areas that you wouldn't necessarily want to see.
She recently split up with her British boyfriend and has been dating in Marbella.
Oh my God. That'll be a no. Basically what happens on here is you put in what age group I want, and it'll basically bring up pictures of people that fit that criteria. I've been on a couple of dates with Spanish men. Spanish men are very different to UK men. Spanish men are just so intense. It's like you go on one date with them and it's like they want to marry you. Do you want to know what I say about myself? I live and work near Marbella, looking to meet new people who can show me the local area and maybe someone who I can practice my Spanish with.
Rosanna is at a crossroads in her life, with no ties left in the UK.
Basically, you're just going on looks. And it's actually quite addictive. It's terrible.
Rosanna will soon have to decide whether the move to Spain is permanent. But she knows she has to get her priorities right.
If I had to choose between finding the love of my life and the business, I would choose the business. Because that's what I came to Spain for. I can always find someone later on. If I let the business fail now, there's no recovery from that, is there?
And today is a big day for Rosanna's business. It's returning customer Lisa's final weigh-in at Aurora. Now Rosanna will find out if the training programme she's designed is a winning formula that can be rolled out.
Morning!
Lisa arrived determined to lose weight to feel good in a bikini. But has Rosanna's fitness regime and diet done the trick?
So this is the big day, the weigh-in. How you feeling?
Nervous.
Nervous? You've worked damned hard.
It's time for Lisa to face the scales.
Okay, step on. So that is 4.5 off.
1.5 pounds?
Yeah.
You can see my belly.
I can see a massive difference there. My fat woman.
It seems like Rosanna's first one-to-one training week has paid off.
Okay, so 4.5 pounds off. 2 centimetres off your bust, 6 centimetres off your waist, 4 centimetres off your hips, and 1 off your bicep. Well done. Are you pleased with that?
Yeah, definitely.
Good.
Definitely.
She's done amazingly well. She should be very proud of herself.
I would definitely recommend it. You know, you get rid of everything, you come out, there's no computer, there's no phone, there's just sun and the beach, and the training is really good. Everybody's so motivating, so yeah, it's very good.
Thank you for everything.
And I'll see you hopefully in September.
Thanks very much, Rosie.
Every single customer who's been to me has given fantastic feedback. I've had no one really who has said, you know, they didn't like it, they wouldn't come back.
Rosanna knows the regular returning business will be the key to success for her and her clients.
A lot of the reasons why people have come here is to sort of find themselves, and you can't really do that in a week. You know, it's not a quick fix thing, it's a long-term thing.
Just 10 kilometres down the road is Marbella Port, where it's the end of the summer season.
So everything else feel okay?
Simon and Natasha Bell's diving centre is finally winding down after months of flat-out diving. The couple have taken a rare day off. They're spending it with their son Ruben in the hills surrounding their house.
Well, everything he says sounds like you.
Oh, does it? Okay.
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 Come on then, let's do our walking. It's so lovely just to see Ruben growing up in this outdoor environment. I don't think he would have that as much if he lived in the UK.
Simon and Natasha have worked hard this year to establish their new dive centre. Will this couple risk everything they have once again by following Simon's expansion plans to Gibraltar?
I'm just one of these people, I get bored very easily, you know? Things kind of reach a plateau and it's nice, and then it just gets a little bit boring. So you have to think of something else to do. Hello, how you doing?
Today, all the staff of the diving centre have been summoned to a restaurant in Marbella for a much-awaited announcement.
Because they know what I'm like, they know that if ever there's an announcement, it's always going to be something bigger and better. They know I'm an ambitious bugger. Natasha has a few things she'd like to say.
Oh, here we go.
You stand up and you start then.
Very quickly, honestly, from the bottom of my heart, I just want to say thank you to all of you. I never imagined that in expanding, we would have such a good year, and it's all down to you. Thank you. Honestly, it really does. You have improved our quality of life.
But following their explorations of the Gibraltar dive sites, the staff's eyes are firmly on the boss, Simon, as he prepares to make his speech.
It's been a very, very special year for Simply Diving. And the great news is, of course, that you knowing that I get very bored very, very easily, is that, of course, Simply Diving is going to expand even further. And we're going to tackle a little part of the UK, which is Gibraltar. And obviously, we're going to need you guys here. We're going to need you for that. We've already got an official company registered in Gibraltar. Thank you, everyone, for your really, really hard work this year. I would not swap any of you lot for anybody. I wouldn't even swap Vinny. Nice one, guys.
Despite Natasha's reservations, once again, boss Simon has decided to power on with his expansion plans, aiming to open next summer. It's great news for the staff, but a risk for the company.
Gibraltar's got a really good dive sites. That's going to be great. Can't wait, actually. The more I think about it, it's like, yeah, definitely. Really up for that. Can't wait.
Of the two of us, I'm definitely more resistant to the Gibraltar project. Not resistant permanently. It's really good to have that plan there, but right now, all I can think about is the end of season, putting my feet up and recharging really for a new year. Right, let's go! Simon!
Hang on a minute.
It's time to celebrate the achievements of a bunch of British expats and their Spanish colleagues.
Going up in the sky.
And look forward to a bright future.
Quite big things happening, yeah. And we're really going to need all their help as well, so.
Wow, look, it's gone up to the sky. Hopefully, they'll all be on board with us and help to see us through to the next stages as well. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
It's harvest day at Sue and Humphrey Temperley's Chateau Leicester Veni.
They are sweet, juicy and delicious.
Absolutely perfect.
Its owner's dream of a life in France rests on today. They need to get a bumper crop and bring it home safely, all with an injured winemaker.
How's your leg feeling now?
Fine.
And an apprentice standing in.
When you see the thingies tip up and tip all those grapes into the trailer and you think, well, that's basically 11 3/4 months work of pruning and tying and all the rest of it, and that's the result. So when it's a huge full trailer like that, it really is amazing.
Looks like quite a decent volume, and the quality is very nice, so everything I could ask for, really.
Now with the first load of grapes in the trailer, Matt has to reverse it without damaging the grapes or the machinery.
Go forward again. Stop!
He's had a narrow escape with the harvester earlier. Phew, Matt's cracked it. And after nearly 12 months spent on the vine, it's time for the grapes to be pumped into the vats.
Susie, could you start the motor? Yes, please. Yep.
For their red wine, Humphrey will let the whole grapes ferment in the tanks along with their juice. This will give the wine its body and colour. Another tank is reserved just for the grape juice, which will become rosé wine.
So we'll do 2 more trailers, and then the last trailer we'll take some rosé out of.
Trailer after trailer is collected. After 6 difficult years, this looks like a bumper crop, so hopefully they can finally turn a profit.
This harvest looks like it'll put us on a really good footing, but you still can't count your chickens until the wine's actually made, but obviously today is most of the steps down the road.
And with the weather holding off, they're able to keep the grapes coming.
I'm very happy with today. We've done good 2/3 of the reds, and we've done all the whites now. So we've done 3/4 of our harvest, and we've got quite a lot more than we got in altogether last year. It's in very good condition, very nice quality, and it's as good as I could have expected.
It's basically been a dream day, just because we've harvested so much. It's beautiful quality. It hasn't had a hailstorm to ruin it. We might have to pinch ourselves.
I probably would be jumping for joy, only I've got a bit of a problem. I can do a one-legged jump, I guess.
Humphrey might be happy with the abundance of the crop this year, but to find out for sure if the wine is any good, he will have to wait for 6 more weeks until the grapes are fermented. It's now 6 months since Rosanna Gorman left Doncaster in South Yorkshire to set up her own boot camp fitness centre in southern Spain. She has given herself a year to make a success of the business, but at the halfway point, Rosanna's already beginning to draw some conclusions.
Since I opened in February, I've had people here every single week. Some weeks I've had up to 7, and some weeks I've only had 2. I thought there would be a couple of weeks at least in between where I didn't have anyone, but there hasn't been at all, which has been good. Hola!
So after a slow start, it means she's averaged over 3 guests a week, the number she needs to break even.
Oh my goodness, it's been a whirlwind, an absolute whirlwind. Probably the first 6 or 7 weeks was just horrendous because I was doing everything myself. I was doing all the cooking, all the cleaning, all the transfers, very hard work, which I didn't mind the hard work. So now that I'm a lot more organised and a lot more chilled out, I've kind of got into the Spanish way of life a bit more chilled, which is good.
It's now the height of summer, with temperatures reaching 35 degrees almost every day. Rosanna has decided to give herself a much-needed summer break.
Anything to report broken or no? That's great. And the bathroom, everything okay in there?
Everything's okay in the bathroom.
She's handing back the villa to its owner and will be renting it again from September.
It's sort of the rundown to the end of the first season, really. July and August we will close because it's just too hot to do the kind of things that we're doing. So July and August will be my time to take stock of everything, see how things have gone. There was a lamp broken last week, so there'll be one missing from here.
There's one missing?
Yeah, one missing from there. I will change the website somewhat. I'll concentrate on my social media throughout the summer, so that's something that's, become very apparent as being very important.
But first, Rosanna needs to make one final journey back to Doncaster to move out permanently from the home that she and her ex-boyfriend have shared for the past 8 years.
There's a few bits and pieces, like some of these I would quite like to take to Spain with me. Things like this. You don't really want furry cushions and throws, do you, in Spain? Probably a bit hot. I should just get rid, really. Start again. One of the reasons I came to Spain was because I wanted a complete fresh start. There's no reason for me to go back to the UK. I have nothing there. I have no relationship in the UK. I don't have kids. I've got nothing to go back for. Why would I?
With her boot camp villa rented out, Rosanna is moving into a small apartment in the Andalusian mountains to make preparations for when she reopens in September.
There's an awful lot going on behind the scenes to ensure from September onwards everything's gonna go with a bang, basically.
And she's sure she's on the right track to success.
It's just an opportunity that I've given myself. No one else has given it to me. I've given it to myself. Given myself this opportunity to change my life, do what I want to do for a change. I do want to show people that I can do things on my own and that I don't particularly need anyone else to help me with that. I can do it on my own, which is where I want to be, really.
Chateau Lesteveni in southwest France. It's 5 weeks since Humphrey and Sue's red grape harvest.
Well, you know, we could say we were home and wet, really, as opposed to home and dry. You're never dry here.
After a bumper crop, they're checking on the fermentation.
OK, that's lovely.
This is the most crucial moment of the year.
A bit hard.
When they find out if the wine's good enough for them to turn a profit.
By the end of the day, we'll have all our wine in the tanks, ready to blend and bottle and everything else that goes afterwards.
Humphrey may be able to walk again, but won't be able to do any hard work. So apprentice Matt is stepping in. Again.
With a dodgy leg at the moment, my shovelling abilities are limited. And so I'm relegated to a sort of supervisory pottering around role for today.
Oh, I thought the supervisor was the boss.
Well, perhaps. Well, who's the boss?
Are there many berries on the top?
Yeah. Get them out now.
No, let's do that another day. We don't. As long as you can reach them.
Quite a lot of juice to that.
Oh, it smells wonderful, doesn't it?
It's also quite alcoholic in the air as well, because it starts to make you feel a little bit lightheaded.
After spending the last 6 weeks together in the tank, the grapes will be separated from the wine. Once Humphrey sees the grapes, he'll be able to tell if the wine will be any good. Humphrey finally has a chance to check if the grapes are fermented properly.
There's a berry that's come through the pressing and so on, virtually intact. It's actually not been squashed at all. If you can do that with your grapes, it actually does produce really good quality wine.
With a bumper crop and a perfect fermentation, Sue and Humphrey are on their way to their first successful year.
There we are.
They have just one last check to make, tasting the fruits of their labour.
Well done, well done. End of the what's proving to be a really good year. So.
Yeah, that's going to be probably our best ever, I'd say.
Yeah, it's as good as I could have hoped for. I think we'll probably bottle about 10,000, 12,000 bottles of this because it's.
That's a lot for us. Well, you know, I wish we'd done this 20 years ago, really. It's fantastic, and the younger you start, the longer you'll have.
It's such a beautiful place, such beautiful wildlife, and it is, yeah, a lot of people's dream, and we are very lucky to be stewards of it. And we were very lucky to find this place. And very lucky to find this wife.
This year, Sue and Humphrey have harvested enough wine to fill 120,000 bottles, 60,000 more than last year. This means that for the first time, they've finally made a profit, and their dream of being wine producers can continue. In Marbella, Rosanna has had 60 customers since reopening the boot camp. She's decided to move into a bigger villa, even closer to the centre of town. At the dive centre, Simon has been looking for a new boat to use in Gibraltar. He's trying to convince Natasha to part with €50,000 and still hoping to be open in time for the summer season.
Awesome! Mission success! Fantastic!
Next time, another set of great escapers hoping to make a living in the sun. Can this chef turn a chaotic kitchen
We've found a huge amount of cockroaches
into a top-class restaurant?
because you're starting to get worried, you know. We don't want to run out of money before we open the place up.
Two Londoners moved to France to open a B&B.
Our living room in London, I think you'd fit in 4 times.
But will car trouble end the dream before it even begins?
There's petrol just spewing out of it.
And can a carvery pub on the beautiful Costa
Are you alright, mate? Alright, no.
put the romance back into a marriage?
In fact, some days I don't even know if we like each other, to be fair. Do we?
I don't know, do we?
I don't think so.
Every year, thousands of Brits head to Europe for a dream new life.
To a dad, that is just pure pleasure.
This is heaven on earth.
But sunshine and scenery and a great lifestyle need to be paid for.
My bank is empty. We've got nothing left.
So to fund their fairy tale,
Get your little fishy when the boat comes in.
brave Brits are taking the plunge and going into business. On this series, we follow those expats.
Dave, you got any euros?
Setting up anything from bars and boat charters in Spain to vineyards and B&Bs in France.
Not happy. Not happy.
But will they flourish?
We're going to do it, we must do it properly.
Or will they fail?
Money doesn't grow on trees.
It is life or death.
And can they really make a life in the sun pay?
Fans broke down.
You are joking.
It went bang.
On today's show, can this chef turn a chaotic kitchen
We found a huge amount of cockroaches.
into a top-class restaurant?
We're starting to get sleepless nights because you're starting to get worried, you know. We don't want to run out of money before we open the place up.
A new life in France?
Our living room in London, I think you'd fit in 4 times.
But will car trouble end the dream before it even begins?
There's petrol just spewing out of it.
And can a carvery on the beautiful Costa
Are you alright, mate? Alright, no.
put romance back into a marriage?
In fact, some days I don't even know if we like each other, to be fair. Do we?
I don't know, do we?
I don't think so.
Andalusia, southern Spain. An area of outstanding beauty where the cuisine is as varied as the landscapes. There are traditional tavernas in hillside villages serving up paella and tapas, a dish which was invented here. And then there are the beachfront bars, or chiringuitos, where you can order the catch of the day straight from the sea. The Med offers over 700 species of fish, from dorada, tuna and bream to some of the best shellfish in Europe. So it's a perfect place for seafood fans to set up home.
2 gazpacho, please. And I'll have the avocado and king prawns.
And calamari fritos.
Chef Steve Hyatt and his front-of-house wife Alison have left Dundee to start a new life in the village of Mijas.
This is what you can do on your day off or before you go to work. You know, you can come down here, sit and relax before you go to work. It's just super. Couldn't do this in Dundee.
Steve and Alison only landed here a week ago, and they've been totally won over.
The fact you've got an outdoor life.
Yeah.
You can plan things in the outdoors here. You can't do that back in the UK.
No.
Whereas here, you can plan if you're going to go to the beach and have a barbecue.
Steve wants to bring his own brand of Northern European seafood cuisine to this area, and he sets his standards very high.
I've eaten in La Bernardin in New York. Gavroche, love it. Glen Eagles we used to go to nearly every week.
No.
Well, it was nearly every week.
Once a month if you
Once a month. Well, nearly every week when the birthday parties and everything else
Darling,
we
you
had
have
there.
a birthday once a year. Always exaggerates.
Yeah, right.
Alison and Steve have sunk almost 17,000 euros. That's around £12,000 into the lease on this run-down restaurant. They want the quality of the menu to match the cuisine, so there's plenty of work to do, and quite a few nasty surprises too.
We found a huge amount of cockroaches It's been closed now for a couple of months, so obviously nobody's been keeping it down. Well, here's the kitchen in the middle of a clean-up. But as you can see, if you have a look at the grill here, I mean, this is hours and hours of work.
But there has been some attempt at pest control here.
It's a bag of water. That keeps flies away. And apparently the flies have a look at it, see themselves so big and fly off. But
maybe they do.
Yeah, maybe they do, I don't know.
The decor isn't much better.
The photographs of famous women. Posh Spice. I don't know who a lot of them are, but I'm sure my husband might.
There's Shakira. Now, I can relate to this one because this is what my wife looked like when I met her.
The Hyatts have set aside €8,000 for renovations. Another area needing attention are the toilets.
We've got a tiler in at the moment, but Daisy are having issues because we've discovered that all the bathroom tiles have been secured to the wall with concrete as opposed to tile glue, whatever you want to call it.
Well, they're not going to fall down, are they? That's for sure, you know.
Built to last.
The Hyatts have given themselves 4 weeks to sort the restaurant ready for opening.
I think everybody that does this sort of thing, you're always up against it, especially when it's not a new build, because you sometimes just don't know what you're going to uncover.
There's no doubt Steve and Alison have a big mountain to climb, but with 27 years' experience between them, they're not daunted.
Uphill battle? Nah, we can handle anything.
I mean, it looks worse than it is. It's like everything. It's like when you get a new house or whatever, and the finishing touches make it shine. It's just the same with restaurants, you know.
But our last one we did, we were 5 months delayed. But we had another restaurant running then, so we did have an income, but here we don't have an income at the moment, so we need to get home.
Yeah, it's much more time sensitive.
But with the opening day looming and no idea what other surprises may be in store, will Steve and Alison really be able to pull off their fine dining dream? The Lot-et-Garonne in southwest France, one of the most unspoilt areas in the whole of the country, nestled amongst pine trees and vineyards. The views are breathtaking and the climate is mild all year long. It's the perfect place to escape the rat race.
You know, you look at all the things that France is famous for. Cheese and wine and Brigitte Bardot and, you know, all of those. Jacques Cousteau, yes, exactly. And I wanted to be Jacques Cousteau. That was my career plan when I was a child.
Catherine and Kim currently live in London with their beloved dog, Louis. Catherine wants to recreate the happy memories of childhood holidays in this part of the world.
The first time I came, I was 14 and I did an exchange. And I stayed in a house with a French family. And I loved everything about the way of life. It's civilised and gentle and not like London. It's so not like London.
But Kim is less convinced about trading the city for the French countryside.
I think the reality of actually moving here crept up on me. And I can't remember an exact point where that decision was discussed and made, actually. Thinking back.
Catherine sold a 2-bedroom flat in London and swapped it for a new one in Garonne. And this is what she got for her cash. A stunning 4-bedroom farmhouse with enough space to turn it into a B&B.
As of 10:15 yesterday, this was my house. But it hasn't sunk in yet.
Set within 4 acres of its own land, it has fig trees and orchards and a large detached barn. With a price tag of £180,000 or €250,000, it's given Catherine and Kim a bit more bang for their buck.
Our living room in London, I think you'd fit in 4 times, maybe more.
This house dates back to 1840 and has retained many of its original features, including oak-beamed ceilings and stone walls. And the surroundings are peaceful and tranquil.
It's quite incredible to think, you know, a 2-bedroom flat
in West London.
Can buy you, you know, a whacking great farmhouse with potential for a couple of gîtes in 4.5 acres of land. I mean, that to me, I still struggle to balance those two things out.
This is the main upstairs bedroom. So this is the one that we could see as a family room.
While this is a beautiful property, they are going to bear some big bills to convert it into a B&B. With all Catherine's money tied up in the house, Kim will stay in London to help pay for the work.
I think the hardest thing for me is going to be the dog, you know. Yeah, I mean, I can talk to on Skype. I can't.
I know what you mean. I'll try not to take offence. She's going to miss the dog more than me.
Yeah, the dog.
Okay, I'm holding the dog ransom. Yeah. The dog will not be allowed to go back to England, and that will make her come out and visit me. I think we'll actually miss one another more than we probably want to admit to.
If we had thought about that too much, we wouldn't have done this. No. So, you know, and yeah, we've got to give it a go. If we don't give it a go now, there's always going to be that what if. And, you know, we don't want to spend the rest of our lives doing what if.
There is also a barn in the grounds, and they want to turn it into a holiday cottage or a gîte. But it's in a bit of a mess.
Yeah, that looks a bit quite scary.
Hiya! Reception committee.
Their budget's €135,000. That's £100,000 to renovate the house and convert the barn. It's a huge task that needs experts, so they've called in the local builders, who aren't so local after all.
What have you done with Ian?
He will be here, definitely.
Builder Kerry is a Somerset lad who now lives 30 minutes away from Catherine and Kim, and electrician Ian used to live in Suffolk. The soon-to-be B&Bers have a clear vision on how to turn this barn into a 2-bed and 2-bathroom gîte.
I want to do all of this, so this living room and the kitchen all in the same tile right the way through. So these kinds of things are gettable here?
They should be. I've seen ones very similar, yeah.
The cream one, but with grey grout, in the London Underground style.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Cool. So I can be really happy I'm not on the London Underground, thank you.
Well, I wouldn't want you to miss it.
Still feel at home. Yeah.
They also plan to put in a brand new kitchen, but it seems there's something these novices hadn't considered.
You did your kitchen layout and I've changed it very slightly.
Yeah, slightly, yeah.
I think there was no washing machine and then they changed the units to make them symmetrical.
Yeah, right. So are you going to put a washing machine somewhere else?
No.
The builder's visit has given Catherine plenty of food for thought, and now it's time to get down to business.
Ballpark figure.
I'd say probably going to be 60, maybe up to 70,000.
Are we talking euros or pounds?
This is euros.
We're talking euros, OK.
Yeah.
That's almost half of their budget just on structural work.
We just looked at it and thought, oh, it needs a kitchen and a bathroom and some plaster on the walls and the flooring done. Just goes to show.
And that's not the only worry.
How long do you reckon it's going to take?
I'd say it's got to take about 6 months, isn't it? At least, I would have thought.
I think 6 months was longer than I was expecting.
That was a lot longer.
Is that worrying?
Yeah.
Look after yourself. Have a good trip back.
Thank you very
and
much.
We'll see you,
we'll
see you
in
soon.
June.
Yeah, see you in June, right.
Catherine and Kim have had a big wake-up call. And in just a week's time, Catherine will be saying au revoir to London forever. But will her French fairy tale turn into a nightmare? 60 years ago, holidaymakers began visiting the Costa del Sol, and the UK's love affair with this part of Spain is as strong as ever. The region is home to 103 towns and villages, and there is something for every taste. From Puerto Banos, a playground for the rich and famous, to Marbella, with more golf courses than anywhere else in the world, to party towns like Fuengirola. And of course, everywhere is bathed in around 320 days of sunshine every year. Publican Steve Lewis and his wife Jill have moved here after being totally seduced by the sun, sea and scenery.
It's just a pleasure coming to work and seeing this every morning. Back home it was a supermarket blank wall, but waking up every morning, it's a pleasure to come to work, and when the sun's shining, it's great.
2 months ago, Steve and Jill were running this pub in Barrow upon Humber. But they've now swapped a pub on the banks of the River Humber for one on the beautiful Fuengirola Marina.
Grimsby Town Football Club, that's their badge, but I've named it after my father. He was a fisherman from Grimsby. Mariners on the marina, because as you can see, we're on the marina.
And Steve thinks his gift of the gab will go a long way in winning over his new clientele.
Football, everybody loves a football, food and fun.
He's a nightmare, to be fair.
I don't know what you mean, love.
Yes, you do. Have you seen the back of his head?
That's why she married me, because I'm mad.
Weird.
Isn't it, Del?
Yeah.
Steve and Jill have worked in pubs for 15 years. It's all they know. But working long hours has put a real strain on their relationship.
It's not easy, you know, we do have our arguments, we have our ups and downs, we have our fallouts.
In fact, some days I don't even know if we like each other, to be fair. Do we?
I don't know, do we?
I don't think so.
We survive on our love, don't we?
No, we're not skinny enough.
Steve and Jill are hoping a new life on the Costa will help them put the romance back in their marriage. And it all starts now.
Are you all right, mate? All right, Doc.
After a 3-month renovation, today is the official opening of their traditional British boozer.
Would you like the Yorkshire pud?
I would want.
Thank you.
Steve believes the key to success is to give tourists a taste of home.
Today is Frangirola's first and one and only carvery. We fetched a carvery unit back from England. We've not seen another carvery anywhere in Frangarola. I think the nearest one to here is Benamagna, which we went to try that out ourselves. You know, we've always had the idea that we'd have a carvery when we got here. So this is it. This is our very first one and it's going well. We've got a few bookings this afternoon.
It may not be everyone's idea of a beachside meal in the sun, but Steve's convinced he's onto a winner.
Definitely a gap in the market here for carvery. The creatures of habit, they like the Sunday roast or the Sunday carvery, and so give them something what they want.
Proper snap this, Dan. Like being back at home.
Steve and Jill have stacks of experience running pubs and are convinced they can make a go of this one. But the big question is, will the Costa del Sol sun put the spark back into their marriage? The picturesque Lot-et-Garonne in southwest France. And in a quiet hamlet just outside the village of Guérin, Londoner Catherine Morgan has been chasing a dream.
The escape is from something that is drudgery. A way of life that just feels like a treadmill. This place is the right place to escape to because it's a polar opposite. This offers me an opportunity to eat well and to live well and to live at a pace of life that's enjoyable.
Catherine plans to run a B&B and self-catering gîte from this 18th century farmhouse that she picked up for the bargain price of €250,000. And today's the day the dream begins. Ealing, West London. And the time has come for Catherine to say au revoir to the big smoke.
It's just quite a big, momentous moment, actually, to see all of our stuff going out. So I hope it's going out. Louis, we haven't told him what's happening. We've been trying to teach him to say Le Wolf for when he becomes a French dog, but he's anxious. I can tell he's stressed out. He's just fed up. He just wants to go to the south of France and sunbathe. Or is that me?
While Catherine moves to France, partner Kim will come back to work in London so that they have an income to fall back on.
Kim's had to go to work, and she decided I was capable and competent to be left in charge of a bunch of removals guys.
There's a lot of stuff to shift. Luckily, organisation is what Catherine does best.
This is the project called The Great Escape, and this is my pride and joy. I think this is a very lightweight project plan. This is the list of things to do day by day in the final month. So decorators coming in and the gardener coming in, and there appear to be 4 stars here, which I've awarded myself for genius planning. Probably not normal, is it? People at work don't think it's normal.
early evening, their home is all packed up.
You should see the house. Smoky. Very, very, very empty. They were like gannets. They just descended on the place. It was all 4 big burly blokes. I mean, they just picked everything up and were just so quick.
And the reality of what they're doing starts to hit home.
It's very final in that there isn't any going back from this. Somebody was telling me about a family that moved and went off to France and moved in on a Saturday, and by the Wednesday phoned up, you know, French Moves, the removals company, and said, changed our minds about a big mistake, we want to go back.
Really?
Come and pick it all up. They only did 4 days.
4?
Yeah.
What was so bad?
There's no turning back for these two. Tomorrow morning, Catherine, Kim and Louis are booked on a ferry to France.
It's the... This is really happening. It is a bit final, isn't it? It is.
It's 6 a.m. Kim, Catherine and Louis have just set off to the port.
It's about 8 hours from Dieppe.
But after stopping for petrol, they've run into a problem. Their car is leaking fuel.
I don't think it normally smells this bad of petrol in a petrol station, but it really stinks here at the moment, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it's all our fault.
It's all our fault, yes.
Do apologise, everybody.
The car is not safe to drive, so Kim calls for help. But she's getting nowhere fast, and with the ferry leaving in less than 3 hours, frustrations are showing. Finally, she gets through. But has this dream stalled before it's even begun?
Oh, we're not going anywhere.
So I would say we're not going to get the 10 o'clock ferry.
It's often said you could drink in a different bar every night of the year in Fuengirola. The nightlife attracts thousands of tourists. Competition is intense, but Steve and Jill Lewis are confident they can make their new pub work.
The main unique thing is that we know what we're doing. You get that many people come to Spain and think it's easy, they're on holiday. Oh yeah, we can do that. And the amount of people that come and fail, you know, they don't realise how much hard work it is. I've been in the pub game 37 years, so it's a long time to be stuck behind bars without being a criminal. So yeah.
You get a little pot belly as well.
But hard work alone won't be enough. They need a niche in the market, and Steve thinks he has one.
We want this to be a music pub, known as a music pub, and people to enjoy what we put on.
Tonight is Steve and Jill's first big music night. They've booked a country and western act, hoping it will pull in the crowds.
I'd be happy with 50 to 100. I'd be happy with 200. If we get 50, bums on seats, we're in for a good night. Bit nervous at the moment because, you know, we wait for the punters to arrive.
I'm the artist.
But the Costa del Sol's favourite country and western singer never lets his loyal fans down.
I'll do the opening of a handbag, me. I don't mind the font, because I get paid.
It's our first party night, and it's all happening now for real. I'm joking up, thinking about it.
Johnny Westwood,
Steve and Jill are hoping to make a name for their pub on the marina. It looks like they're succeeding.
It's a massive day for Steve. It's, I suppose it's like the birth of a child, isn't it? And yeah, it'll be a great night for him, yeah. I hope it goes down well for him.
Everyone seems to be enjoying the night, and though Steve and Jill are well down on the 200 punters they'd hoped for, they did manage to make almost €800.
We're realistic. We've only been here a week. People don't really know us.
In the first week, it's bums on seats, and that's it. You know, there's people out there enjoying the scent. And we're part of somebody else's life now. We've made it.
I don't think as many turned up as we expected, but the ones who've got in are a good crowd. So the main thing is the ones that are in and enjoying it, pass the word. So.
Yeah. Word of mouth will get them out. Yeah. So yeah, we'll certainly have a few more next time.
Steve's sure that more live music is the way to get people through the door.
We're going to start having a look round,
know, audition them, see what's out there. Put me Simon Cowell trousers on and we'll have a look.
In Mias Costa, Steve and Alison Hyatt are working around the clock turning a rundown restaurant into what they hope will be the best seafood place in town. A town they have fallen in love with.
Number one's the weather.
Number 2, vino tinto, por favor.
Alison and Steve have moved all their worldly possessions over from Dundee. The job of making their Spanish villa feel like home begins now.
It's got 3 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, beautiful outside area we have as well, nice big garden, and it's cool. Bit of a sun trap it really is this part in the morning. It's very, very hot here in the morning. The sun comes up here, obviously, goes around. And yeah, so you've really got the sun all day. Splash pool, there's a swimming pool just down the hill there. There's just no comparison. Well, for here, we were paying, when we sold a house, we moved into a place called City Quay in Dundee, because it was close to the restaurant, and it was £850 per calendar month, plus council tax. Here we pay €750 a month with no council tax, you know. And obviously your electric and gas bills aren't going to be much either here, so, which is quite nice. So again, that's another saving. You know. And the property was nowhere near as big as this. It was 3 bedrooms. It wasn't as nice as this. You know, it's just absolutely super.
And Steve also has a ready-made chef's garden.
We've got a little chilli plant, just growing a chilli. We've got some rosemary, some chive, and some thyme. And I've watered all these, and they're looking much better today. I watered them all yesterday. In fact, I watered the whole of the grass because it was really looking a bit dark yesterday.
It's now just 3 weeks until Steve and Alison plan to open their new business, a top-class restaurant called Latitude 36.
Well, Latitude 36 is where we are, and that's the idea of it.
And it's quite unique.
It's unique. Nobody else has got one. We've checked it out. I bought all the domain names as well.
At the restaurant, Steve and Alison have made great progress. When they arrived, these kitchens were thick with grease and grime. Now, after a deep clean, they're finally ready to use.
The whole kitchen's had to be totally degreased, as the refrigeration, ovens, fryers, canopy now, we've got rid of all the grease running down the walls. Such an amazing job, it really, really is.
So Chef Steve has his kitchen up to standard, but the extra work here is causing big delays and concerns are growing.
On the board there, it just says opening in April. And that's about all we can say really at the moment, because we keep coming across problems. We haven't got an income at the minute. That's the most frustrating thing, is that. But yeah, you've just got to go with the flow, because it's no good getting upset about it, because there's actually nothing you can do about it anyway, you know.
And Alison is having her own struggles.
I forgot to put on sunscreen yesterday, and hence this lovely beetroot shade.
Today, Steve needs to rip down the outside awning, known as a toldo in Spain. Easier said than done.
All sorts of rubbish in the top of it.
It's been cemented to the wall. It also hides a nasty shock.
I've got speaker wire, which is used as a live cable.
That's why I get him to do it.
The couple are coming across problems every day. Has their €35,000 investment simply bought them a bucket load of botched jobs?
I have a little problem up there. We can still see daylight in the corner. That's the only problem. Lucky it doesn't rain much in Spain.
Latitude 36 was due to open in a week's time. But with so much still to do, the Hyatts have had to put the opening back.
I'm not too stressed about it, put it that way. I'd rather we had everything right. And obviously you can see at the moment it's not possible to open.
But now, to top all their building nightmares, there's a new problem. Another seafood restaurant has opened in the neighbouring village. Competition for the Hyatts. But even worse than that, it's also called Latitude 36.
And I don't need people to think of that name, whether it's just a coincidence or what, I don't know. But,
With the website built and the signs ordered, this is just one more headache the Hyats really didn't need. The April opening is slowly slipping away. On the beautiful Fuengirola Marina, experienced pub owners Steve and Jill Lewis are settling into a new life in a totally different environment.
One thing that you can't change is the view. When you wake up in the morning and see this, you come to work, it's a pleasure being at work, it's a pleasure being in the office.
Steve and Jill came to the Costa hoping the sunshine and scenery would put the romance back into their marriage. And it seems to be working.
I'll be honest, I think if we'd stayed in England, I think we would have been divorced now.
No.
Fact, we would have been.
Probably.
The magic of the sunny Costa del Sol is doing wonders for their relationship, but it's spending time together that's proved vital. A few weeks after their bar's opening, there's an international food and drink fair in town. It's another chance for Steve and Jill to enjoy the place they now call home.
It's probably the one and only time we'll get out of the bar, so it's not very often that we do get time together out of the place. Just don't you throw up on me.
Unfortunately, they seem to have made an enemy of one of the locals.
Yeah, getting picked on the dodgems by a
Picked
10-year-old.
on by a 10-year-old Spaniard.
I think I might be traumatised.
Oh no, you can't be traumatised, darling.
I think I'm traumatised.
This downtime is just what Steve and Jill need.
Well, it's certainly been worth our while just getting out from the bar, spending time together. The next thing is we need to product sample.
Is that beer time then?
Beer time. Well done, Dal. Very good one.
But it's not long until attentions turn back to the business. It's May, and with peak season fast approaching, Steve and Jill are looking for the headline act that'll pull in the punters.
We've heard about an entertainer who's sort of newish in town, so we thought we'd go along and have a look, see if it's any good for the mariners.
They're on their way to see singer Paul Burnham.
I heard we've got quite a lot in tonight.
But Paul isn't always called Paul.
This was worth its weight in gold. It means I can turn up anywhere and put on a show. It's like Judy Garland.
When he's putting on a show, he goes by the name of Guapatini.
I've even got bum padding in. Give me a little pert bottom. Are you enjoying that? I can tell you're enjoying that.
I don't know whether you call them drag queens or drag artists. I don't know what is the correct term for them, really. But we've heard a lot about him. All good. I don't think there's anywhere in Fuengirola that's actually putting this sort of show on.
Come on, darling. We're here.
Worries me when you start being nice.
A legend in the making.
Always nervous. Although this is, I've got a nice loyal following here. I've been here for like 2 years now, but I want to do a good show for our guests who are coming to hopefully book me for their venue. But I've got my mum and dad in as well.
Please welcome on stage the gorgeous Guapatini!
How lovely to see you all. You all look absolutely gorgeous. I didn't even know Little did clothes.
If he wasn't enjoying himself enough already, Steve has been invited to the stage.
Blazers and a short. That's a lovely look you're rocking this evening, and I love the 80s as well. Now, I would like you to just say something lovely, lovely to your wife.
You are the love of my life, Jill. And I'd like you to take the credit cards and go crazy!
Really good night. Really good night. I thoroughly enjoyed it. It's always a good night here. I think Steve is going to book me for his venue, which is always good. More work. Thank you very much.
What an entertainer that guy is. Yeah, he's definitely got a booking. If I have to fork up out my own pocket, yeah, we'll put a cover charge on and hopefully we'll cover that and it'll only get better.
Steve and Jill think they've finally found themselves a star to light up their bar.
We need that guy behind us to make a success of Mariners on the Marina.
On the outskirts of London, at a services somewhere on the M25, are wannabe B&Bers Catherine and her partner Kim, and their French adventure has just hit the skids.
Yep, it's dripping still.
They've encountered car trouble.
It looks like the pipe.
Catherine and Kim are barely out of London.
Tank.
It's really not a great start. But it's now approaching rush hour on the M25.
Looking at the distance we've got to travel and the speed of the traffic on the motorway in the direction we're going, we haven't got a hope of making that.
After an hour and a half delay, Catherine and Kim are back on the road.
I don't think it's an omen. I think stuff like that happens, doesn't it? It was just unfortunate.
They're resigned to missing their ferry and instead are determined to make the most of their last day in the UK.
It's sunny. See if we can find some fish and chips. Let the dog have a last play on the English beach. Thank you very much. Great, thank you very much. Go down here and find a bench.
And after a stressful start, fish and chips at the seaside is just the tonic.
The last thing you could do before you leave is one of the most British things you can do. Shouldn't we have gone and drunk a pint instead?
It's late afternoon.
I just want to get out of England now. Don't make me come back.
Catherine and Kim are finally setting sail for their new adventure.
I don't have any illusions. I think what I'm planning to do is going to be a lot of hard work, and it's not going to be plain sailing, but it's about the quality of life. And now there's sort of this excitement starting to bubble. You know, we've had some stuff thrown at us today, but we've got through it, and now it's really happening, and it's, you know, yeah. I don't know how you say goodbye to somewhere that you've lived for all your life. So I'm not going to say goodbye, I'm going to say adieu, or possibly à bientôt.
After a journey lasting 2 days, Kim and Catherine finally arrive at their new home.
It's been just an enormously long journey, 2 days. Oh, I'm happy now.
Now their new life can begin. In Mijas Costa, Steve and Alison Hyatt have big ambitions to open a top-class seafood restaurant called Latitude 36. Well, that was the plan, anyway.
There is a Latitude 36 already.
Oh, just newly opened.
Just newly opened.
Steve and Alison decide to pay the competition a little visit.
And there it is. And it is a seafood grill, the same as ours. So that's what we thought was quite remarkable for somebody to come up with exactly the same name. But hey-ho.
The new Latitude 36 is based in nearby Mijas Pueblo. This charming mountain village has amazing views of the Andalusian countryside, leading down to the coast. The cobbled winding streets are home to some of the best restaurants in the region.
It'd be interesting to see what he's doing, yeah. I'd like to find out who his suppliers are as well, actually, because it's probably the same people I'm going to use, but you never know, you know.
This Latitude 36 was named over 6 months ago by expat owner Lisa and her business partner Hugo.
So how did you come up with the idea?
It was Hugo came up with the idea because of the ships in the sea, and the line, the Latitude 36. So he with the fish and having a fish restaurant, and that's how he came up with the idea.
We think the same.
So great minds think alike. But Steve is one step ahead of his competition.
Have you got a website?
It's on Facebook.
On Facebook. Because if you want the domain names,
we've got some.
got them.
Oh, have you? Yeah.
Latitude 36 is one of the swankiest fish restaurants in Mijas. The visit is giving Steve and Alison a real taste of what they might achieve.
Yeah. But I love the unit. Absolutely beautiful. I love the floor.
I know, it's great, isn't it?
Oh, wine boxes.
Oh, no, it's not.
Is it, or just boxes?
Could there be a little bit of the green-eyed monster here?
No, jealous is a feeling of insecurity, so it's something I never am. You know. What? I've never been insecure.
So that's the decor checked out. Now what about the tapas?
Well, menu-wise, it's very Spanish.
Looks nice.
Looks nice. You've got the pilon, mussels, Mediterranean, clams. It's very Spanish, yeah. But we're in Spain. That's what we expect. You choose, dear. I'll just eat it. It's very nice, actually. It's amazing here that the starters are as big as a main course. Come and try our food.
The Hyatts have been without income in Spain for 9 weeks. The pressure to open is on. But coming to Latitude has given them a huge boost and the determination to keep going on.
It's not all about work and, you know, because all we have done for years is just work and work and work. We enjoy what we do, so we're quite lucky. But then you've got the added advantage here of this stunning scenery, the weather's nice, you know, as much as we love Scotland, it's freezing cold, it's wet, you know. It's still stunning, but you know, this is nicer, but it's so warm. But we can't wait to get going, you know, we need to get going because we're going to run out of money otherwise. So we've really got to get going.
It's the next morning and the April opening is no more.
We're starting to get sleepless nights because you're starting to get worried, you know. We don't want to run out of money before we open the place up, you know. And when we're this far behind, you know, with weeks and weeks of no income at the end of the day, so it does take its toll, you know. So, but we'll get there, as you do. At least you're doing it in the sunshine.
And now there's another problem with the toilets.
The outlet for the hot hadn't been capped properly, so it was leaking behind the tiles and coming out of the bottom. It was great when it's all done, you think that's great, it looks lovely and all the rest of it, and then it's not fit for purpose really, because it was leaking, it's not fit for purpose.
But today things are looking up.
Good afternoon, guys.
Right, let's get unloaded.
Steve and Alison have decided to resurrect the name of their old place in Scotland, the Blue Marlin. And now their new sign has arrived.
I'm really, really pleased with this sign. Yeah, it looks absolutely super.
It's a big relief, because having signs made is not as easy as it sounds.
Exactly the same as the old one, isn't it?
The new signs have cost Steve and Alison €1,000.
Do you think that's too high, Steve, or?
No, I think it's all right.
You think that's all right?
Yeah, it's fine, yeah. Very high for Alison, because she's only that big.
And it marks a big step forward for the couple.
That's really good, yeah, I like that. Oh, yes, very good.
This renovation has gone way over budget.
Looks good, eh?
But finally, after dozens of sleepless nights and days of hard graft, the Blue Marlin is ready to open in 1 week's time.
At last.
Yeah.
Another milestone reached.
So this time next week we'll be open.
Next time.
Almost to the end. Or the beginning, should I say.
As the Hyatts attempt to open their doors, will Steve overcome some last-minute hurdles?
Looks the same, smells the same, but it's sent the rice a really strange colour.
Catherine and Kim arrive in France.
Whoa, here comes the lorry.
But can they get their B&B open before the start of the season?
I'm very conscious that time's ticking by, and I have no income at the moment.
And can Steve and Jill's British pub
Happy Easter!
Oh, thank you!
pull in the punters with its Easter Sunday service?
Watch this space. This is going to be the best bar in Fuengirola.
Every year, thousands of Brits head to Europe for a dream new life.
I feel relaxed already.
And breathe.
But sunshine and scenery and a great lifestyle need to be paid for.
We have to get going, because that's what we're here for, to run a B&B.
So to fund their fairy tale...
Champagne tastes and lemonade money.
Brave Brits are taking the plunge and going into business.
What could go wrong?
On this series, we follow those expats, setting up anything from bars and boat charters in Spain...
Suddenly, all hell breaks loose.
...to vineyards and B&Bs in France.
We're in trouble.
But will they flourish? Or will they fail?
We have no money. Oh, la la.
And can they really make a life in the sun pay?
If we don't give it a go now, there's always going to be that what if.
No pain, no gain.
On today's show...
Almost to the end. Or the beginning, should I say.
As Spain's newest fish restaurant attempts to open its doors, will its expat chef overcome some last-minute hurdles?
It looks the same, smells the same, but it's set the rice a really strange colour.
2 Londoners arrive in France.
Whoa, here comes the lorry.
But can they get their B&B open before the start of the season?
Because I'm very conscious that time's ticking by, and I have no income at the moment.
And can a British pub in the Costa del Sol
Happy Easter!
Oh, thank you!
pull in the punters with its Easter Sunday service?
Watch this space. This is going to be the best bar in Fuengirola.
Andalusia, southern Spain. Home to some of the country's most spectacular scenery, it also produces world-class food. The region is the world's largest producer of olive oil. It is the birthplace of tapas and the world's most expensive spice, saffron. The crystal blue seas are home to over 700 species of fish, and now thousands of people come here to enjoy the unique gastronomic delights on offer. Chef Steve Hyatt and his wife Alison moved here from Dundee to open their own fine dining fish restaurant.
I've always wanted to move to Spain, you see. I've always loved Spain. You've got Malaga just up the road. Malaga's a lovely, lovely city. It's where Picasso comes from as well. You're not that far, really, to get to Portugal. Alison likes the skiing. We've been skiing in Sierra Nevada a few years ago.
26 years ago.
Was it? That was a few years ago, wasn't it? And you don't look a day older, darling. Yeah.
Sadly, you do.
Oh, OK.
The Hyatts are hoping their new restaurant will pay for a dream life. But already they've had to delay the opening by a month because of unexpected problems with everything from kitchens to bathrooms.
But we can't wait to get going. You know, we need to get going because we're going to run out of money otherwise. So we've really got to get going.
Now they're finally on the verge of opening.
Almost to the end. Or the beginning, should I say.
But first, Steve needs to sort the menu, so today he has an appointment with the fish rep.
She's supposed to have been here at 2 o'clock, but I don't know if it's 2 o'clock Spanish time or our time, I'm not quite sure yet. Oh, that's her, is it? Yes. Yeah. Gorgeous. I don't really want any fish, I've just got her to come in.
But after facing delays and problems with the renovation, there's another hurdle to overcome. Hablas español, Steve?
When you move somewhere, you think it's awkward, but because you forget what it was like in the UK, of all the problems you had there as well.
But you don't have a language problem in the UK.
I did in Dundee.
That's because you kept using the F word.
As you can see, even look at cod, how many different types of cod there are. They sell, I mean, it's a great range. And calamari, I just want to order calamari, and it starts here, it goes all the way down to, where are we? There. So you've got 20 calamari there, and then you find them on another page. So I don't know which calamari I want.
Today, Steve has enlisted the help of their new Spanish waiter, Oscar.
So just take a seat here, Laura.
So his fish wish list isn't lost in translation.
So he's going to translate.
He's happy, he's got a lovely lady.
Ah, no, you'll be fine. You'll be absolutely fine. Right. Lobsters.
Lobsters.
You have fresh lobsters?
He still thinks he's got it.
Alive?
Yeah, see.
Bailando?
Yeah.
Dancing.
Yeah. do you actually do tuna steaks?
Que si hace filetes de atún. 12? 12?
Or 10? No, not kilo, not kilo. No. Individual. Or is it? Yeah, fillets. Oysters. The box 25, yeah. What about fish bones?
Vale.
For stock.
Las espinas de algún pescado, ¿no?
Sí. Vale, para hacer el caldo, ¿no?
Yeah.
Vale. Perfecto.
Yeah, is everything okay?
See, easy.
Easy, come on. You don't need me, you know?
No, sí, me falta.
So that's another job ticked off Steve's to-do list. The first fish order of what he hopes will be many.
It'd be nice to order quite a lot every day. I'll be very happy then. Very, very happy.
There's now only 2 days before opening.
Thank you, Laura.
But the to-do list is growing longer every day. Will the Hyats really be able to hit their deadline and finally start earning some money? In the southwest corner of France, midway between Toulouse and Bordeaux, is a little corner of paradise. Lot-et-Garonne is home to dozens of unspoilt villages and fortified towns. The mild climate and rolling landscapes make it a popular place for expats chasing a dream. And the cost of houses are staggeringly low, less than half of that in the UK. 2 days ago, project manager Catherine Morgan and her partner Kim Butler paid just €250,000 or £180,000 for this. Set in its own grounds, with a separate barn.
This particular bit of France is beautiful. It's very rural, it's very green, the houses are lovely. There's lots of space here. It's so not like London.
Catherine and Kim traded a modest 2-bedroom flat for this property. They plan to run a 2-bed B&B in the farmhouse and turn the barn into a self-catering gîte.
Just look around, why would you not want to live here? I've managed to sell a 2-bedroom flat in West London and buy a 4 at the moment to be 6-bedroom farmhouse with 4.5 acres of land for the same price. And it seems like a good deal.
Sounds perfect. All they need now is some furniture.
Whoa, here comes the lorry.
And now project manager Catherine can put her organisational skills to good use.
Where would you like your cactus? Before you make any rude comments.
Round mirror, the gold one.
In the salon.
Boxes everywhere, and such a lot to unpack. It doesn't have to happen in one day, does it?
No.
So I think it's going to take us weeks to finally get everything straight.
Yeah.
But time isn't on their side. Kim goes back to London in 2 weeks, and Catherine needs to get the B&B open so their new life can start paying for itself.
Over the next 2 or 3 weeks, the big priority is to get those 2 bedrooms, the bed and breakfast bedrooms done, because if people are coming to buy houses in this area, you know, people who've got a dream like us, then we'd be a really good stopgap for them to stay somewhere. And we can tell them what we've done.
Yes.
Although I don't want them setting up B&B.
Not closer to here.
Nearby.
No.
Catherine and Kim are also converting the barn into a self-catering gîte. Today, builders Kerry and Ian are back to start the hard work.
Work on the gîte started yesterday. It's quite exciting, isn't it? Work on the gîte started the day before yesterday because there was an awful lot of stuff in there that we didn't think was going to stay behind. And that was him, on cue. Thank you, Kerry.
Still a lot to do. Complete renovation, involves electrics, plumbing, you name it, we've got to do it.
We want to get the floor down upstairs so we can start putting walls and the ceiling up. That's the next big stage, really, and moving forward.
Katrin and Kim have found out the work will cost at least €15,000 more than they've budgeted for and could take all summer. So it's vital they start work on the B&B in the main house.
Right, I'm going to go upstairs and start cleaning in the
the other
four-poster room so that we're ready to put the bed up. Okay. We're prioritising on getting the B&B ready. You've had a workout in the bathroom, haven't you?
Certainly did.
Cleaned every single surface. If it didn't move, you cleaned it.
That's right.
This isn't my thorough cleaning. It's just to get the worst of it up so you don't walk it all around all the time.
But there's no time for slacking. It's already June and this business needs to open as soon as possible.
The second guest room needs to be done because I'm very conscious that time's ticking by and I have no income at the moment. Yeah. Well, if you'll do that, I just might have to sunbathe. Hard job. Yeah.
But with so much still to do, can Katrin and Kim open the B&B and take some bookings to cash in on the summer season? The Costa del Sol, an area of Spain where the sun rarely stops shining. Summer temperatures can hit the 40s, and even in winter they rarely fall below 15 degrees centigrade. Compared to the UK's below freezing winters, it's easy to see the attraction of moving here to set up home. And for Steve and Jill Lewis, that weather is proving totally life-changing.
When the sun's out, everybody's happy.
I just think, it makes you feel better.
It's a big difference.
You've got the same problems. You've got exactly the same problems. How are you going to pay your bills? Whatever, you've got exactly the same problems. But it's just nice when you get up in the morning and you're not thinking,
shining.
Do I need my coat? Do I need an umbrella? Do I need a jumper? Do I need to change of clothes just in case it gets warm?
Publican Steve and Jill moved here from Barrow upon Humber, hoping the sunshine of the Costa would put the spark back into their marriage.
Well, no, we came for a better way of life, really. We definitely certainly weren't escaping the hard work because it's been hard work, hasn't it? We knew that was going to be. But a better quality of life, you know, the sunshine, happy people.
Life's very, very short and anything can happen at any time. So if you want to do something and you can do it, do it.
Steve and Jill have just opened their traditional British pub on the beautiful Fuengirola Marina, serving home-cooked English food. They've had a good start, but now it's Easter Sunday, and they're determined to keep the tills ringing.
If somebody saw this, they would think they was in England. That's the ideal thing. That's what we've created. You know, you've got your typical English beers on. You've got your typical English Sunday roast on. You've got your fish and chips for Good Friday that we've just had. All they want now is, you know, a few kiddies to come in so we can treat the kiddies with an Easter egg. Oh, we'll go back there. We've had an Easter egg for nothing. You know, look after the kids. You know, they'll guarantee they'll come back.
They're hoping their carvery will be a hit again, and it's not long before the customers are queuing for a taste of home.
Looks lovely, doesn't it? Looks really
Have we got
nice.
any crackling today, have we?
Yeah, I think we'll find you a bit of crackling on here
A bit
somewhere.
of crackling, that'd be lovely.
That'll do your teeth in, won't
Yeah,
it?
that'd be great.
It's going very good. Everybody tends to enjoy their roasts. Just had some more customers who's just arrived from England who come 8 times a year, and they said they've all been looking for a carvery for years. Now they've found one. Nice meaty gravy.
Lovely. Oh, look.
A good day to us at the moment will be to try and beat Mother's Day, which we had 30 booked for Mother's Day, and then we did something like 15 walk-ins, so say 45. 2 weeks ago, it rained all day Sunday and we thought we'd be dead. 1 portion of beef left out of 3 roasts. So it doesn't matter about the weather, still people like their Sunday roast.
Look at that.
Absolutely.
That's lovely.
The bee's knees.
Another satisfied customer?
Yeah, thank you.
Enjoy. The people that have just been up have been here before, and they're spreading the word. It's all word of mouth, and it's just getting better.
So the lunchtime carvery is a hit, and it keeps on getting better, as they are inundated by thirsty punters for the rest of the afternoon and evening.
You know, as you can see, we've been absolutely rammed. We've got a right sweat on. What's to do? I've had that pint for 2.5 hours. It's as warm as toast.
It's going so well, they need emergency sangria.
Those places you go in,
Get a glass of sangria, it's been made in 2 seconds. It doesn't have the true taste or flavour. We like to do let it ferment over a few days. So this will be left fermented. Like being on one of them cookery programmes, isn't it?
But with a thirsty crowd to satisfy, there's no time for patience with this batch.
That'll be ready to go. We'll get away with selling that if they need it.
It's been a day to rejoice. They've taken a staggering €970.
The place is full, the place is rocking, everybody's enjoying themselves. This is the start of things to come. Watch this space. This is going to be the best bar in Fuengirola. I'm needed back on the bar, 2 secs. Happy Easter. Happy Easter, darling.
Steve and Jill's first Easter Sunday has been a huge success.
Happy Easter, enjoy.
But they need to be this busy every day, not just on special occasions. So now they're counting down to their first big cabaret act, which they're relying on to keep pulling in customers throughout the summer.
Happy Easter, darling.
You know, there's 15, 20 bars on this front. We're all fighting for the same customers.
Nobody else on the marina is doing music, so hopefully that's what we want to attract.
In a quiet hamlet on the outskirts of Guérin in southwest France, Londoners Catherine and Kim are getting used to a very different outlook on life.
I'm getting away from city life, from the stress of a 9 to 5, from travelling on the tube, from a polluted, stressful city environment that actually made me feel quite ill.
This new home couldn't be more different to London. Catherine and Kim have swapped a small back garden for a lush meadow with fig trees and orchards.
Ultimately, this will be the place that people come and relax in. I mean, this is one of the big sellers for this as a holiday location. And it needs to look nice, doesn't it?
I mean, just have this as a nice environment that looks well kept, because it's the first impression that they'll see when they turn up.
Kim is convinced this chore is for her, but it's a bit different to home.
So this one puts the cutters down.
From the moment we saw this grass cutter, he said, I want to do that.
Yep. Yeah. I've always wanted to ride a lawnmower.
It was love at first sight. And you sit at a desk, and
I
now
sit
you
at a
can
desk,
sit
and
on
now
the
I can
machine.
sit on the lawnmower.
Time for these city girls to have their first lesson in country living.
Reverse, neutral, and then
Yeah, I think
graded.
it gets faster and faster as you move it forward. So everything has to be in neutral, and this has to be off.
Yeah, okay.
If you could leave the trees uncut, that would be good.
I like doing stuff like this, DIY, but we're both very hands-on, which probably help here.
Yeah.
I might be allowed to do some more, you never know. We have a very, very small garden back in the UK.
You swapped, you know, not cutting any grass to mowing a meadow.
Yeah.
When she arrived, Kim was not sure about leaving London, but it seems she's falling for the French way of life.
Settling in here has been quite easy. It's just so much more relaxed here, and the thought of going back knowing that I've got to get on the tube in London and, you know, go and do a paid job is quite a tough one. I do love it here. It's great. It's the not seeing Catherine for, I mean, this time it's going to be 2 weeks that I won't see Catherine and Louis. It's not the material things, it's the people and dog things that I think is going to hit me as, you know, I'm not going to see these for a couple of weeks. Right now, I want to stay here, I don't want to go back. But, and you know, the reality is, you know, I've got to, but I'll cross that bridge when I get to it, I guess.
It's 3 days later, and today's the day Kim has to go home.
Going back to the UK today, I suppose very, very mixed. It'd be nice to get back. as we go on and I get used to the travel, and there will be other periods of 2 weeks, I think they'll be easier, but I think this one's going to be particularly hard. Today is very much a mixture of feelings. It's a mixture of sadness that I'm saying goodbye, but also a rather overwhelming feeling that I need to start work on getting the business, getting the house ready so that I can have paying guests. This will be make or break time. You know, if I can't get the bed and breakfast up and running, I haven't got an income, I won't be able to afford to carry on.
After an emotional goodbye...
Say hello to London on me.
Catherine heads back to the countryside alone.
She'll be in the air, she'll have done an hour by now. Halfway there. It's quite quiet. It's quite odd. It still feels like I'm a visitor here. I don't feel yet that I belong here.
And the reality of building up her new business alone suddenly dawns on her.
I know there's a great long list of things to do. It's almost a daunting list of work and preparation, and I need to work out a prioritised list of what I'm going to do and when I'm going to do it. I don't know what it's going to take and how long I've got to live here to feel as though I'm a part of this place. But at the moment, it's a bit like being the caretaker.
In Mijas Costa on the Spanish coast, Steve and Alison Hyatt believe they've found the perfect place to escape to.
So lovely here, isn't it?
Yeah, super view. Well, this is one of the reasons why we chose this area, because it's a beautiful place to live. It really, really is. It's Alison's favourite wine, but obviously it's going to make it now her favourite pasta.
Steve will be head chef in their new restaurant and is finding out that buying ingredients in a foreign country can be a frustrating experience.
Ingredients in Spain. It really is a bit hit and miss. They have some extremely good products and they have some rubbish products. This is one of the biggest problems you have in Spain, is finding fresh milk, fresh cream, double cream, whipping cream, single cream.
But that's not going to deter Steve, who's had years of practice, including cooking for the rich and famous.
Frank Sinatra, very nice guy. Ross shows him a restaurant in Dundee. Well, the Queen as well over the years, twice. The Queen's easy. Alison's difficult.
He's a perfectionist. Well, not all people that call themselves chefs have that sort of level of attention to detail. Has been known to throw a pan across the kitchen because something got burnt, you know? You just have to make sure you're not in the way.
Just to finish it off.
But now perfectionist Steve's exacting standards are going to be put to the test. It's the day before the big opening. The Blue Marlin is a hive of activity, and in the kitchen, Steve and his team are prepping for tomorrow's service.
Yeah, all go today. Non-stop, I'm afraid. All the deliveries, checking on the prices. Probably won't get out of here until later on tonight. And we came in at 10 this morning. Yeah, so we've got all the sauces are to be done, all the fish has got to be prepped. So we've got the stocks on the way.
Meanwhile, Alison is taking delivery of their new wine glasses.
They're crystal rather than just a glass. So there's just that lovely sound you get with crystal that you don't get with glass.
But though the glasses are great, they currently have no way of cleaning them. The dishwasher has given up the ghost.
So it's constantly trying to fill, so it's just cold water all the time. It's not washing. We're actually going to be opening a month late. It's just there's a lot of things that were wrong with the building that we didn't foresee, things that needed to be updated, which has been quite costly. But if you want to operate, you've got to make sure you're operating within the law.
In the back, Steve is having his own kitchen nightmares. There's a problem with his mussels.
Well, they're supposed to have come clean. You can buy them clean, you see. But they didn't come clean, unfortunately. And they are a mess, they really are. You know, been straight out the sea and delivered straight here with the looks of them.
Despite these problems, Steve and Alison are determined that their launch night will be perfect.
Tomorrow we'll be back in here 9:30, 10 o'clock-ish. There's a lot being delivered tomorrow. The wine, the spirits, the beers. There's still some food to come. I've still got to do price lists. I've still got to do the menus. It's been a bit harder than we thought it was going to be.
But the next morning, there are more problems to solve. Steve and Alison are missing some special pasta plates, oil, and to top all that, they've got the wrong tuna.
Tuna, pasta bowls, and oil.
So tomorrow I've got a loin of tuna coming.
So Alison is being dispatched to the shops.
Couldn't get the oil that I was looking for, so probably have to go into the local shop. But yeah, we've got fresh rolls, the cheesies, the tuna that wasn't delivered, the right tuna, and a few other bits and pieces.
Meanwhile, at the restaurant, Steve's bracing himself for a busy service.
Just finished the meat, the lobsters, just been done, all trimmed, ready to rock and roll. Just got to clean up now and just get ready for service.
It's 6 p.m. and the doors of the Blue Marlin are open for business. Well, sort of.
Opened up quite easy a couple of days ago. Looks like it's come off the runner. What's it? WD-40. There we go. I think it's just here. It's needs a bit of something on it.
Within half an hour, locals are starting to show an interest in the newest restaurant in town.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, like it?
And it's opening today?
Yes, now. Yeah.
Can I take a look?
Of course, yes, you're welcome. Yeah, sure.
What do you serve? Mostly fish or?
We do 2 steaks. There's a fillet steak and a ribeye steak. Yeah.
Real tired.
But the question is, with so many restaurants to choose from, will any of the window shoppers come through the door?
Worried that nobody's been in yet.
Yeah, there we go.
In the town of Fuengirola, just down the coast from Mijas Costa, Steve and Jill Lewis have been running their British boozer for almost 3 months. They've had a good start to the season, but now it's the height of summer, the most competitive time of year. So they've put on extra attractions to try to lure in the holidaymakers.
Hello, lovely. How are you doing? All right?
I'm fine. How are you? Nice to see you. Are you excited?
Very. I'm nervous.
Oh, yeah. I'm a little bit nervous.
Tonight they've booked the Costa del Sol's hottest new act.
If I set those to like a pink and a bluey white, can you see?
Paul Burnham will later transform into the glamorous Guapatini.
This, £800 this cost. My favourite comment is when I have men come up to me with their wives and they say, well, I wasn't going to come and see a drag show. There's no way you're going to get me to come and see a drag show. But my God, you've changed my mind. I've had a great night. Now that's better than all the applause and all the laughter put together. Got goosebumps telling you that.
To cover Guapatini's fee, they've pre-sold 50 tickets at €5 each.
Keep your tickets on in case you're coming in and out. You've got your 2.
But a rush of punters without tickets at the door is causing a seating problem.
Yours is not ordered.
No, because
right, so what you will need to do is, obviously you want to sit with them, you'll need to put another seat on that end of their table. They're on table 6. 24, please.
Oh, doing all right, but I'm a bit annoyed now about it.
Well, if nobody tells me, love, I'm not a mind reader, I'm sorry.
Once the seating is sorted, the show can begin.
There was a musical composer in London, you may have heard of him, a little-known composer called Andy Lloyd Webber.
And Guapatini doesn't disappoint the crowd.
It was something different.
It was ace. I'm not really into drag artists, and I was really quite surprised how good it was. I thought she was very good.
We want to get him in Barra. We think he'll go down very well.
Tonight, Steve and Jill have taken €420 in ticket sales alone, more than covering Guapatini's fee. In addition to this, the bar took well over €1,000.
Couldn't have asked for a better turnout. I've had more people just turn up on the night. And yeah, a little bit stressful trying to sort them out, trying to sort tables out, trying to squeeze them in. Well, that's show business, isn't it? You know, and what a night. Couldn't have asked for anything better.
Guapatini has helped make this the Mariners' best night yet.
I've had lots of comments already about putting the fun back in Fuengirola, putting the spirit back in Fuengirola. You know, we're expecting taking us 2 years to get established. I think, you know, if we carry on with these cabaret shows, it's going to make it.
But it's still early days. Can the Mariners keep up the good work and continue to pull in the punters for the rest of the summer? And make the bar a permanent fixture in Fuengirola? The Lot-et-Garonne in the south of France. And brand new B&B owner Catherine Morgan has no regrets about swapping a daily commute on the tube in London for a more laid-back life.
I find living here, I'm permanently aware of what the weather's doing. I'm aware of the sunrise and the sunset and what the sky looks like and what's happening out in the garden. And, you know, as the fruits start to ripen on the trees, there's nothing so wonderful as picking plums off your own tree and making jam and things like that.
As well as a B&B, Catherine is turning the barn into a self-catering gîte. So today, Catherine is in the town of Casteljaloux, 14 miles from home, for an important meeting with the tourist office.
It's fantastic here. It's absolutely delightful.
The town's name translates to Jealous Castle. Set amongst rolling hills, it's famous for being a historic spa town, with people coming here to enjoy its stunning architecture and find rest and relaxation in the historical baths. Catherine's turning her attention towards the business of B&Bs, but she's never done this in England, let alone in France.
I've got an appointment with the director of the tourist office here, and we're going to have a meeting about setting up the gîtes and B&B and what she can do, marketing, advertising, that kind of thing.
Vous êtes Madame Casola?
Oui,
on s'est
bonjour.
pas vu encore. Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Okay. We want to start a new activity with self-catering cottage and maybe guest houses also.
And also, if I can do some advertising on the tourist information website and your
Always
advice.
possible.
Catherine's rural location means she's unlikely to get passing trade, so she needs help to put her property on the map.
It's outside Guérin. It's a little tiny hamlet, like a tiny, tiny village called Lodé.
We are in charge of the promotion of 27 villages on our area, and Guérin belongs to the area.
Yes.
Okay, so it's possible to work with us. This kind of advertisement, a photography, a description, tariffs.
But before she can market the property, Catherine needs to learn the law of the land.
And this is the complete law for guest houses.
Nice thick piece. Thank you very much.
Very large. Even in French, it's not very easy to read.
Really?
But if you have someone to translate.
Yes. There's a lot of admin. I think l'administration in France is almost like the mill round your neck.
For the guest house, there are things to know.
There's rules about what kind of food I can offer. There's rules about breakfast.
There are things to know.
Yes.
Important things to know.
You have to have a drinks licence to serve tea and coffee at breakfast. And you think, it's not alcoholic. I suppose it's the caffeine.
Because I have
This has been a real wake-up call for Catherine.
to read.
I think what worries me is there might be things that I don't know about that somebody hasn't said, and I'm culpable because I'm ignorant. As long as nobody dies, it should be all right.
She may not be able to serve tea to paying guests yet, but Catherine can make a brew for the neighbours. So as a dress rehearsal for her B&B, she's planning to host a traditional English tea party, complete with homemade scones and cake. And back at her rural retreat, the preparations are underway.
It's not under chuffer cheese, it'll be under puffer pastry. Cheese straws.
Cheese straws, 366.
We're inviting people to a pendaison de crémaillère. So that's housewarming. And I've said it's going to be in the style of an English afternoon tea with traditional cakes and pastries. So I'm committed now. There's no backing out. Sage, brilliant. And I did ask for people to call me to let me know the number of invitations. Some people called me and said, could I call them back? And I called them back and I didn't really understand what they said, whether they were coming or not coming. So I don't know how many people I'm catering for. So I'm just going to do lots. Rough puff pastry is a cross between flaky and puff. And it's easy to make. Thank goodness for that. Well, we're about to find out if I'm a good baker or not. I haven't made pastry since I was at school. It can't be grilling things because that's just doing the top. That's cake. That's roasting things, so that's got the turny round thing in it. Cuisson multiples. I'm doing cuisson multiples, I'm sure I am. I'm hoping they'll be open to trying new things, and if they don't like it, they don't like it. 12 minutes. There'll be something that they'll be able to eat. I need to get on and do the next one. Right, I'm coming. Stop bleeping.
It looks like Catherine could use some help.
Now, hang on a minute. I'm going to leave them on for a bit longer.
Thankfully, though, Kim will be back tomorrow to lend a hand.
It's a bit early for a gin and tonic, isn't it? No, I'll go for a glass of wine then. OK.
In Mia's Costa on the Costa del Sol, it's the opening night of the town's newest fish restaurant. But the Hyatts still haven't managed to reel in a single customer.
Worried that nobody's been in yet.
I don't think anybody's anywhere at the minute.
In the kitchen, Steve's raring to go.
Now I've got the lobsters done, and the pepper sauce is done, and all the bits and pieces for the monkfish, and the oysters wrapped all the meat and stuff a bit better now. So I think I'm just about there.
And a potential disaster caused by lack of plates has been averted. Steve has found some emergency crockery.
We'll do it for tonight, but it's not the same pattern as we've got on all the rest of the plates. She who is never wrong will not admit she forgot to order them.
You've always been a big mouth, so I can hear you fine.
But now Steve's got an even bigger problem to deal with. There's trouble with his lobster thermidor. His turmeric rice has turned a funny shade of orange.
The rice that I bought, the basmati rice here, I don't know, I've never seen a rice cooked like it. It was like 5 minutes in the water and went to mush. And the turmeric here is not very good either. It looks the same, smells the same, but it's sent the rice a really strange colour. So I may have to give them something else instead, but unfortunately it's already on the menu. So maybe I'll talk to the Indian restaurant and see what he's got. Did you get basmati rice, love?
Yes, it's in there.
Thank you. Get that on then.
Steve has no choice because within an hour, it's the moment everyone's been waiting for. The customers start to arrive in force.
So where would you like to sit tonight, gents? Do you want to be inside or out there?
After setting up a new life overseas and a stressful renovation, Alison has taken her very first order in her new dream business.
That's great. It's like, at last. Achieved it. Oh, they're eating off our daily special menu, which is 2 courses for €20. So they're having tuna, and then the gentleman is having our catfish with the Cajun. Good day, good day.
And within minutes, more customers arrive and Steve is rushed off his feet.
Always tell when the Brits are in.
Now, sir, your bang bang shrimp.
There's a bang bang.
There you are.
It's been a bit stressful, obviously, because it's your first time, most of it, but it's gone very well. Bit of a learning curve as well, obviously. Customers seem happy, so that's the important thing. Oh, and the wife's happy, that's the even more important thing.
It was nice tonight. We did 15 people. They all were very happy. So yes, We did just a nice amount for our starter night. My feet are sore. But I'm very, very relieved that we have some money in the till. Glad we're actually back to doing what we like doing.
Yeah. I like cooking. She likes shouting at me. 8 work's a treat.
It's a successful night after what has been a real battle to get to the finish line.
We don't remember the setbacks now
No,
because you
we'll
just
just
get
look
over
ahead.
it.
It's
Yeah.
behind you, it's done. We're celebrating something that's happened.
Yeah, move on.
You know.
It's very short. I mean, it doesn't feel like so long ago I was 25 or when I met Alison at 30 odd. It just doesn't seem, it doesn't seem like we've been together so long.
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
You knew I was going
Well,
to
for
say
you
that.
it does. For you it does. For me it does.
Over the next week, customers keep on coming and the great feedback for the Hyatts continues.
Fish was so fresh and the flavours were just absolutely amazing. Definitely going to be coming back.
Lovely, everything. The presentation's great, the personality of the people here are great.
We're happy to be here tonight and we will be back.
But Alison and Steve still have a long way to go. They need to keep on reeling in the customers throughout the summer season if they are to have any chance of recouping the overspend they made in opening their dream restaurant. Next time.
The benefits of life out here are, oh my goodness, 15-fold.
A new life in the sun for these great escapers.
We're doing what we want. I'm living my dream.
But can they make their new business pay?
It's absolutely essential we have customers because there are no funds to get ourselves through the winter.
After a great opening night,
I'm feeling very relieved that we have some money in the till.
Can Steve and Alison keep the tills ringing?
I don't think it's easy to earn a living because a lot of people have tried it and failed.
And how will Catherine,
How long have we got to go before people get here?
cope with her biggest cooking challenge?
Idiot, 1 ounce of sugar and 2 ounces of sultanas.
It's a dream chased by thousands of Brits each year.
It's a wonderful way of life.
Heading to Europe to set up new lives and businesses in the sun.
Get it!
They're seduced by gorgeous scenery,
It's a beautiful place to live, it really, really is.
year-round sun, and a better, cheaper way of life.
I wonder what the temperature is today.
But how easy is it to turn the dream into a reality?
This is like the final frontier.
In this series, we follow the expats as they say goodbye Blighty.
There's no reason for me to go back to the UK. I have nothing there.
And begin their new lives.
What could possibly go wrong now?
Setting up bars and restaurants in Spain.
I know, it ain't rocket science.
Gîtes and B&Bs in France.
Voila.
When nothing is ever as simple as it sounds.
We're starting to get sleepless nights because you're starting to get worried.
It's great. What more could I want?
On today's show,
Benefits of life out here are, oh my goodness, 15-fold.
a new life in the sun for two Brits.
We're doing what we want. I'm living my dream.
But can they make their new business pay?
It's absolutely essential we have customers because there are no funds to get ourselves through the winter.
After a great opening night,
I'm feeling very relieved that we have some money in the till.
can these great escapers keep the tills ringing?
I don't think it's easy to earn a living because a lot of people have tried it and failed.
And how will this new B&B'er
How long have we got to go before people get here?
cope with her biggest cooking challenge?
Idiot, 1 ounce of sugar and 2 ounces of sultanas.
Lot-et-Garonne, It's one of the most tranquil and unspoilt regions in southwest France. Property prices are around a quarter of what they are in London, and now Kim Butcher and Catherine Morgan are starting to reap the rewards after swapping the capital for this cheaper, more relaxed way of life. They paid €250,000 for this 4-bedroom farmhouse, from which they plan to run a bed and breakfast business.
I find living here, I'm permanently aware of what the weather's doing. I'm aware of the sunrise and the sunset and what the sky looks like and what's happening out in the garden. And, you know, as the fruits start to ripen on the trees, there's nothing so wonderful as picking plums off your own tree and making jam and things like that.
It's now June, and with work progressing on getting the B&B ready, Catherine is now turning her attention to the menu. She's hoping to offer evening meals, but she's discovered the full force of French bureaucracy.
Oh yes, the evening meal. Now that was a shock. I've got to tell them where I bought it from. I mean, this could get ridiculous. Where did the salt come from? Greece? Turkey? So I can just imagine my evening menu. You know, tomato soup, provenance, neighbour's garden. Some kind of fish, provenance, the sea, and the salad that goes with it, Castle Jalo market. This is going to be really difficult to adhere to. I'll give it a shot. They'll all know where I've been shopping.
She's also had to register the B&B at the local mairie or town hall. Now all Catherine needs are some guests. As well as running a B&B, Catherine is turning a barn into a gîte. The plan is to open next year, but there's a huge amount to do. Now, a fortnight after Catherine moved here, Kim's back from London to check on the works.
It's 2 weeks since I've seen this, so there's quite a lot of progress that's happened. I wasn't expecting them to have done. Was the dividing wall up between the 2 rooms when you came before? It was going up, I think. They've done a lot more downstairs. I hadn't expected them to do any downstairs. Well, Ian's put a lot of the wiring in.
So far, the building work is on schedule. The builders have finished the majority of the wiring and structural work, but still need to complete the electrics and plumbing before they can even think about decorating.
Apparently they don't plaster. Who don't? The French. So you paint directly onto the plasterboard. Really? Yeah. Kerry assures me that by the time you've put 10 coats of paint on it, it looks fine. 10 coats? Really?
There's still a lot to do. But at least Kim has noticed a difference.
It's exciting to come and see the progress. It feels like it's actually happening.
Kim and Catherine have never run a B&B before. Catherine knows they desperately need experience, so she's arranged a party to put them through their paces as hosts. And they want their new bed and breakfast to look perfect.
If I do half an hour of strimming, do you want me to do the side bits again, run over these again? Yes, that'd be good, because if we can make the front look nice, we can worry about the rest of it later. Okay. It's good to have her back. It's a shame we've got quite a lot of getting ready things to do, because it means I'll end up in here doing some cooking and she'll end up outside doing the garden, but we'll have a party later on and get a chance to talk. What the heck have I done with the eggs?
Catherine wants to test out her skills as a cook as well as a host with an elaborate British tea party.
I did ask for people to call me on my French telephone number to let me know the number of invitations. Some people called me and said, could I call them back? And I called them back and I didn't really understand what they said, whether they were coming or not coming. So I don't know how many people I'm catering for. So I'm just going to do lots.
And there's one other problem with a British tea party.
The French don't drink tea with milk, no. I'm just hoping they're prepared to try. If they don't like it, we'll throw it away and we'll start again. OK, anemic-looking cheese straws and brown ones.
She's serving a British buffet, including traditional sausage rolls. At least that's what she hopes.
So, this is minced pork. Now, I don't really know what's in sausage meat other than pork, but I think, having read sausage wrappers, it's rusk. So I'm going to do a bit of an experiment and put oats in to take the place of the rusk. The thing is, if they've never had sausage rolls before, they won't know whether it's right or wrong. So it's hopefully win-win situation. How long have we got to go before people get here? 2 hours? Last minute, Morgan. To idiot, 1 ounce of sugar and 2 ounces of sultanas. It's a pastry colour chart. Look, from the sort of anemic to mahogany. Oh, they'll be edible. These might be dog food. That's enough, though. And with a bit of judicious scraping, we might be able to hide the worst of it. Or put them on the bottom. Those two, I'm not even going to feed it to the birds. I need that woman in off that machine. I'll just do half an hour of cutting, she said, about 3 hours ago. She's still out there, steaming up and down.
It's now late afternoon. The food is ready, but not one of the guests has turned up.
I hadn't really contemplated the fact that nobody might turn up. If the worst comes to the worst, we eat it all ourselves. Yep.
After all her kitchen nightmares, will more of Catherine's cooking end up in the bin? Andalusia in southern Spain. It's home to the country's second largest fishing fleet, bringing everything from freshly caught swordfish to sea bass directly to restaurant tables along the coast. And it's not just tourists who flock here for the food.
$9.50 for Pil.
Dundee chef Steve Hyatt and his wife Alison arrived in the pretty village of Mijas Costa in February and have just opened their seafood restaurant.
We love Spain. You can go skiing, you can go sailing, you can go walking, you know, fishing, anything you like.
Sit on the beach on the Mediterranean Sea, it's all there really.
And we just like the lifestyle that it promised, and so far is living up to it.
The Hyatts are following their dream to bring great quality cuisine to the Costa. On their opening night, they took €700 and served 23 customers. A great start for any new business.
My feet are sore. But I'm feeling very relieved that we have some money in the till.
Absolutely amazing. Definitely going to be coming back.
But they can't rest on their laurels, because in these parts, competition is fierce and many businesses don't even survive their first season.
I don't think it's easy to earn a living, because a lot of people have tried it and failed. So it's not easy.
There's more failed restaurants on the Costa del Sol than anything else. Bars, restaurants, they come and go and just turn over and turn over.
Steve and Alison reckon they have a plan to keep regular customers coming back right through the summer and well into the winter.
We think that people think like we do. When you go out, you want something different, and that's what we're looking for. So we are trying to do something different, but it's an art, it's a business, and it's a science, and you're trying to get all those three right.
It's now May, 2 weeks after their opening night, and Steve's heading to Malaga's fish market for some inspiration to make his menu stand out.
Well, driving along this coast is it's just super. You wake up to this in the morning. I mean, it's not even hot yet. I mean, it's 20 degrees now, and it's just nearly 8:30 in the morning. But it's a lovely drive, and as you drive around the bend here, and you see Fuengirola and Los Boloches, and it's the mountain. It's lovely. Far better than driving around Dundee, that's for sure.
For fish lovers like Steve, this part of Spain is an absolute dream. The markets sell a huge array of delicious, freshly caught fish and other Spanish delicacies. Steve is in his element.
Beautiful fresh snails. Caracol, as it's called here. Absolutely unbelievable. Normally at home you get them in tins. Little garlic butter. Pretty classical really, some brandy, garlic butter, a little bit of chopped parsley. Saute them off, absolutely lovely. I got some beautiful Galician oysters yesterday, absolutely superb, they really are. Hoping to get more today, but the guy's struggling getting them because we're coming up to a holiday period at the moment. Everybody's stocking up. And we're the new kids on the block, so to speak, so they've got to look after the people they've been dealing with for years.
Steve finally opts for some clams. But that's the easy part. Now he needs to find a dish that will please his customers. Obter-sur-Dronne in southwest France. Officially recognised as one of the most beautiful villages in the whole of the country, it's been welcoming tourists and visitors for over 1,000 years. The area is famous for its meandering streets, traditional shops and village square cafes shaded by ancient lime trees.
Cheers.
Cheers.
And for former driving instructor Richard Hedditch Gray and his wife Carol, it's the perfect place to put down new roots.
France seemed ideal. Love the culture. They're very family orientated. They're very friendly. They take their time in life.
Richard and Carol have swapped a 9-to-5 life in Chelmsford for a new one 700 miles away.
The plan is to have a cheaper lifestyle, but unfortunately the wine isn't free, so we do need a bit of an income.
The vast majority of holidaymakers who come to France choose to go self-catering so they can immerse themselves in the French way of life. So Richard and Carol want a slice of this market.
We've invested everything we had.
We stretched ourselves for the location. We stretched ourselves for the property because we love the property so much.
They've paid just over €300,000, around £210,000 for this stunning former schoolhouse. It has 2 additional buildings and a pool. They aim to turn this into a complex of self-catering cottages.
Because we've ploughed everything into the business, it's absolutely essential we have customers this year, because there are no funds for us to get ourselves through the winter.
But time is not on their side. It's now mid-June. Richard and Carol only moved here 4 weeks ago and need to be open in less than a month. All the rooms need decorating and furnishing, and the outside needs attention too. But the main priority is to get bookings, so job number 1 has to be to get photos of the property online.
Oh my God, you're cleaning.
With the inside still a shell, they've decided to showcase their most attractive asset, the pool area.
We've been on a very steep learning curve about swimming pools, how the filters work and trying to turn the right valves open and close so that you don't empty the pool down the drain.
Very, very costly mistake if we open valve number 4, because valve number 4 empties the pool.
5.
Number 5, sorry.
Once we've got the garden and the pool sorted, we'll then get in there and decorating first, before cleaning and then finally building the furniture.
It's been a hard afternoon. At least now they live in a perfect place to unwind.
It's amazing to own it. I can't believe I'm in it. It's lovely.
I wonder what the temperature is in Chelmsford today.
Oh, probably about 11 degrees. I mean, obviously we have got a huge amount to do, but you have got to reward yourself with something like this.
But Richard and Carol know this is not a holiday. They need guests if this business is going to pay for itself.
We've now got a pretty good looking pool, pretty good looking garden, and just don't look at the house. The house we'll worry about tomorrow.
The property will now go online. Will this marketing campaign bring in the bookings that they need to keep the dream alive? In Obter-sur-Dronne in the southwest of France, Richard and Carol are hard at work on their self-catering complex. Today, an electrician has arrived to wire up the cooker and check the rest of the electrics.
Getting a little bit nervous about how many hours it's been there. It's about 3 hours now. So we didn't have a quote, so we don't know how much.
With such a tight budget, every penny counts. So Richard's checking on progress, if his French is up to it.
Ça va?
Oui, on essaie de passer là, à travers le mur. C'est pour traverser, arriver de l'autre côté.
Ah oui.
Bah, c'est le passage le plus difficile.
Care to translate, Richard?
I think he's saying that it's difficult to get across the top of the doorway, to run the cable from one room to another, to get from the kitchen back to the electric board.
Tu l'entends pas du tout?
I think. Could be something completely different. He could be saying it's not difficult.
But there has been some good news about the business. Following their marketing campaign, Richard and Carol have just received their first booking. They now have only 3 weeks to be completely ready. Easier said than done for these DIY novices.
Expect this amount of work when buying a property at all. I didn't do DIY in England at all.
They may have escaped the UK, but there's no escape from the dreaded flat pack, French style.
Right, ready for battle.
Here is the map of how to put these beds together. I don't even know which way round it goes. It that way, or it could go that way, or it could go that way. My husband is probably the worst DIYer on the planet. In fact, he has really no DIY skills at all.
You're letting go then, are you? You're just making it up, aren't you?
Oh yeah, but I am right, look. That goes in there.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. So that's definitely right. Then you turn the whole bed over. I admit I'm a bit of a bull in a china shop. I like to get things done. I don't like waiting, I can't wait.
An hour in and only one bed is built.
Lunch is for wimps, as they say on Wall Street.
Let's see what falls off or was missing.
This is our job. Don't have to worry about going out to work, so if you have a bit of a frustrating day putting a bed together, it's not like going to work and putting money in other people's pockets. It's just a bit frustrating.
Finally, they're finished and can refuel.
So, do you think it was a good decision to buy this property that wasn't already Gite's and have to put all this effort and money in? What do you think?
You're asking me after the morning of building beds?
Yeah.
That went really badly.
Yeah. Did we make the right decision? I know my answer.
Long term, yes.
Would you change it?
No.
I wouldn't change it for the world. Decision's right.
With their first guests booked in, Richard and Carol now need to find out if their new business can fund this dream life. In Mijas Costa in southern Spain, Steve and Alison Hyatt are well on the way to making their dream a reality. After a great opening night, they're stopping at nothing in their quest to make the Blue Marlin the most talked about restaurant on the Costa.
It's quite a toughie to get one of these open. Just put a drop of water in there just to test it. Now, he now should be starting to pop open, you see. There he is. It's a huge clam, beautiful.
Steve's convinced that frequent changes to the menu will keep those all-important regulars coming back. So today, he's creating a new dish with a type of clam he's never cooked before.
So what I'm going to do, make a little, this is seaweed tartare, gherkins, capers, seaweed obviously, and some shallot. A simple garlic butter. Oh, there's the clams, and they're open up, they're ready. It's nice to have a little hot and cold dish, you see. And here we go, clam tartare.
But is this new dish good enough to add to the menu?
Well, here's the guinea pig. There you go. Let's try that, see what you think. It is a bit chewy, so you might have a bit of cutting to do.
Still a bit of grit in it.
Is there? I didn't get it all out then. Right, OK.
No. It's all right. It's not something I would...
No?
See, I would leave a bit, not like a scallop, but just soft and sweet. I think it's an interesting dish. I don't think it's something I would want to pay a lot of money for, though. I think it would be nice in a cream sauce, as opposed to on the tartare.
Oh, well. I'll have to eat more myself. Yeah, back to the drawing board.
Steve can't afford to waste the clams, so he seeks advice from a Spanish chef next door, Silvio.
Just open,
Yeah,
zest a lemon.
that's it, yeah.
Nothing else. Concha fina is lovely.
Oh, yeah, OK.
Yeah.
there, there, and there. All in one, lemon. And it's still alive.
Gracias.
You're more than welcome.
Gracias, Silvio. Gracias.
Steve simply can't wait to try it the Silvio way.
Conchifino, it's called. You eat them raw. Well, I don't know anybody that's selling them here.
Yeah.
So we'll put Conchifino on and see what happens. Eh?
Oyster and Contrafino. Give them a choice.
See, you've changed it again. That's why I married her, test me food. So I thought, well, if she eats it first and she's still alive, I know it's going to be okay.
And I married him to taste my patience. And he's lucky he's still alive.
The summer season is hotting up. It's now the Hyatt's big chance to show off their skills and try to make the Blue Marlin the most popular place in town. In Charente, in southwest France, Richard and Carol Hedditch-Gray are settling into their new life.
The benefits of life out here are, oh my goodness, 15-fold. The weather is amazing, the people are very welcoming. We have time together, we're doing what we want, I'm living my dream. It's a wonderful way of life.
They've spent the last month renovating their property into a self-catering holiday complex. They've made good progress, but some of the rooms still need furniture, and that all-important first booking is looming.
Less than 2 weeks, the guests arrive. So we've done all the painting, we've got the furniture built.
Kitchen's nearly done.
Eventually.
With work progressing, Carol and Richard can now turn their attention to furnishing the villas.
I'll lock up.
You got the keys?
Yep.
Richard and Carol have sunk all their savings into this venture.
Oh, you should have gone off there.
So anything they buy from now on will go on their credit card.
I'm uncomfortable at the lack of money we have left and the amount of cost we still have. We've got to buy all the contents, furnishings, everything. So that has really blown the budget.
We now have an enormous credit card bill and
Getting bigger.
And it's getting bigger, and we'll attend to it when the business is set up and running. And
oh, very well put, honey.
It's best just not to think about it.
That's Carol's approach.
Oh, I'm excited. Let's hope we get some goodies.
What about this? Where could this go?
Nah.
This one?
No.
This one?
No.
That could go above the fireplace, honey. Look.
Oh, that is awful. That's quite cute, isn't it? It'd be nice in the garden. Say, combien de prix, monsieur? €5. The gîtes are designed to accommodate children as well as their parents, so we're very keen to be able to provide activities for the children so the parents don't have to bring everything from their home. Merci. We want to offer 5-star customer service, whether it's what you look at, what you enjoy, what you experience.
Who's going to pick up the bag, then?
Not me.
A selection of toys, pictures and a couple of new carpets have cost just over €50.
You'll have to sit with that on your lap, honey.
And Carol, at least, is confident they're finally on their way up.
We've received deposits in now and people are beginning to pay their first instalment of their payment, so money is beginning to come in gently. So it'll help us survive this summer and through the winter. And
Money's dripping in and flooding out.
It's a fortnight later. Despite long days of decorating, furnishing and planning, Richard and Carol are running late.
We've been running around getting ready for our guests' arrival.
First guests are due any time now.
These guests are old acquaintances of Carol, and she's hoping they'll spread the word back home.
They are a family that are known to me because the children used to attend my nursery. So very excited about seeing the children. Great marketing for us, and we're hoping that they're really going to enjoy it and take back some good news to all of the people back at home.
Spread the word.
And spread the word, yes. I feel really excited about seeing a family come and enjoy what we've dreamed about all these years.
After working around the clock, this 3-bed accommodation is on the brink of opening.
Every car that comes around the corner, I think, oh my God, it's them. Oh, I think that is them.
No, I know that car.
You sure?
Yeah, they live in Saruman.
Finally, the rooms are finished, and they even have time to sneak in a celebratory drink.
Cheers. Here's to our guests. You just sit and drink wine and wait. Nice to sit.
It's very nice to sit. It'd be nice to know it wasn't about to finish in the next 2 or 3 minutes.
Well, it seems Richard may get his wish.
We have a message. Hi Carol, we have no signal or internet, but we are 90 miles away. Say, sat nav says 2 hours, see you soon.
But that's good anyway.
We can drink more wine.
In Andalusia, Steve and Alison Hyatt are doing everything they can to ensure their new restaurant stands out in a very crowded marketplace.
Trying to get out there. I mean, there's thousands of restaurants here, and it's trying to get your name out there.
Today, they have the chance to spread the word about the Blue Marlin. They've been invited to appear on a local TV chat show to talk about their new restaurant.
I'm just going to wear this wee shift dress because it's nice and cool and colourful. I usually wear a pair of white shorts underneath it, just in case you bend down the wrong way.
And Steve's had a haircut, especially for the occasion.
It doesn't look wild, and he didn't go for the number 3, which makes him look like a hooligan. Because it's short at the back and short at the side, and you've still got your bouffon at the front.
Bouffon.
With his Arctic blonde hair. Because it's never grey.
The TV channel is specifically for the expat community on the Costa del Sol.
Now, foodies and wine lovers will especially like our guests today, Alison and Steve Hyatt. They're from the Blue Marlin Seafood and Wine Bar.
Steve and Alison want to promote their adventurous menu to the audience in the hope of building a regular client base to see them through the winter.
We've got lovely bang bang shrimp, that goes well. It's prawns and you coat it in corn flour and deep fry it.
This one looks interesting as well.
Yeah, it's a bit of a twist, I suppose, on
the fish and chips, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's grey sole fillets and it's dipped in panko breadcrumbs, the Japanese breadcrumbs. And on the side there is some seaweed.
Everybody that comes in through the door has got a different expectation of you and your product. People are on holiday, so they tend to be happier and they're looking for some entertainment to be talked to. And
something a bit different.
And you've got to drive your customers.
Another reason we moved to this area.
Incidentally, how did you both meet?
Working, like a lot of people do.
We didn't like each other much at first. She was really bolshy, still is actually.
Yeah, but you know
I know my place now.
Yeah, you know she knows she's bolshy with care. Well, thank you very much, both of you, and all the best. And I'm sure we'll be speaking with you again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed.
It went extremely well.
Yeah, we thought it went well. Hopefully a few people will see it and down they come and it's work for other people, so hopefully it works for us.
So now all Steve and Alison can do is wait and see if this publicity drive will make a difference to their fledgling business. Lot-et-Garonne in France, famed for producing some of the world's best and richest foods. And in the village of Laudet, Catherine and Kim are preparing their own gastronomic feast. An English tea party to test their skills as B&B hosts.
That's the savoury end, this is the sweet end. OK, I've got sweet here.
But it's an hour after their start time and no one has turned up.
I think nobody's coming. When I went to the party at the neighbours and I arrived what I thought was fashionably late, they were all there, assembled.
A few minutes later, though, Kim spots some locals.
Oh, there's someone coming, Catherine.
I can't cope with somebody coming. I've got my head round. Nobody's turning up.
Yeah, me too, but there's someone walking up the drive.
Today is really going to put Catherine and Kim to the test because all the guests are French.
You're going to make them ring the doorbell.
Well, it looks a bit keen if I rush to the door and open it before they get there. Doesn't it?
Oh, look.
No. No.
Eh bonjour.
On est les premiers?
Oui, oui. Patricia, Jean-Michel. Bon, voilà, c'est Kim. Bonjour.
bonjour.
Un peu de français, elle apprend le français.
It's not long before more guests arrive.
De la confiture, de la crème de pruneau, ce sont toutes des petites productions locales du Lot-et-Garonne à découvrir.
Ah,
voilà.
Super.
French fare, c'est fantastique. However, it seems the idea of traditional English tea is a little lost in translation.
Et à la mode anglaise, c'est-à-dire du thé.
C'est du thé à quoi?
C'est du thé à PG Tips.
Though Katrin can speak French, Kim can't and is feeling it.
We got horses down the valley. I just feel totally inadequate. Just to be able to converse in the slightest way would be good. But you know, I've got some very basics, and I've got quite a lot of words in there. I just can't string them all together. I'm just following you around because I can't talk French. Ding ding ding! She's panicking. I can tell. Overwhelmed. Totally and utterly out of my depth.
But Kim is forced to face her fears.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Hello. C'est Kim?
Oui, bonjour.
Patrick.
Patrick, bonjour.
J'ai déjà vu Catherine il y a quelque temps.
Ah, Catherine, dans
bonjour.
la...
Bonjour.
Veranda?
D'accord.
Yeah? Oui. Look.
Kim is finding this a bit stressful. But if she just relax and listen, you don't have to be able to understand it, you don't have to talk. Pour célébrer Wimbledon ce week-end, j'ai fait les scones avec fraises et crème.
The sweet stuff's going down a treat. But Katrin's unusual sausage rolls appear to be a matter of taste.
I'm going to go round with a plate and encourage people to eat the sausage rolls. What's the matter? We've worked out what the mystery ingredient is yet.
That's like porridge. It's not. Oh, well, works. Sort of. I think I prefer the English version.
It seems that Kim and Katrin have made a success of their first hosting experience.
It's very nice to meet the neighbours. It's ice-breaking, isn't it? And that's hard. It's ice-breaking and in another language.
Bye-bye!
When I went to the party at the neighbours', I thought I was late and committed some kind of social faux pas.
Maybe they saw you turn up late and thought it was in England, it was fashionable to turn up late, so they've come late to yours.
Started a trend.
The test run may be over, but now there's a new concern. It's already July and they still don't have any B&B bookings.
We haven't won the lottery or anything, so we can't, you know, just holiday.
So we need guests. They keep... Guests pay for me to have the privilege of living here. That's what they're for.
Can they drum up some interest, or will this summer season pass them by? In Charente, southwest France, Richard and Carol's first guests have finally arrived for a 5-day stay.
Hello.
How are you doing?
What a good journey.
Really good, thank you. Oh, yeah.
They were customers at the nursery Carol used to run, and she can't wait to see the children.
Hello, you. Oh, hello, my darling. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. This is your bedroom. Look at this. What can you see on your bed? Bubbles. Bubbles. Ashley, what do you think?
Good.
You like it?
I love my bubbles.
You love your bubbles. Shall we show Mummy and Daddy their room?
This big enough.
Lovely.
Did you give Mummy something?
I've given Mummy roses. Do you know what, though? I didn't give Daddy anything. Daddy's got to look in the fridge for his present.
Daddy.
What do you think it might be? I think you're right.
Yeah, look at that.
Here is a welcome pack for you.
Thank you very much.
So hopefully it will make your first night a little bit easier. I don't know whether you're going out for dinner, but there's a few goodies in there.
And it's not just the hospitality that's getting a good reaction.
Shall we just live here? This is lovely.
It's really nice, isn't it, to see
Oh,
that
it's
that
lovely.
reaction.
And to
Having
see it
put
so
in the hard
instantly,
work.
to see that instant reaction. What a lovely reward for all the hard work we've put in, and yeah, it feels great. Here we go, look. What's that?
Look at that.
That's for you.
That's amazing.
We will not need to go anywhere.
Well, I want to get in there as soon as you want.
And you've got the space as well.
Yeah.
This place has certainly got the kids' seal of approval.
Is it nice and warm?
It's kind of in the middle. It's like not too cold, but it's not too hot. It's
And the
like,
sun will keep you warm.
yeah, definitely. This house must have cost a fortune.
Well, actually, Harrison, do you know what? In France, property isn't as expensive, so Mummy and Daddy's house probably costs more than this.
Really?
Yeah. So Mummy and Daddy
We
could
can
move
sell out.
here.
Yeah, that's it.
Amazing. It's gorgeous. It's got the rustic beauty of France, the architecture with the local stonework. It's just peaceful. It's lovely.
It's just stunning, absolutely stunning. Just perfect, peaceful, ideal for the kids, just what we wanted.
They've seen the beautiful countryside, they've seen the architecture. And very interestingly, Richard straight away said it's just peaceful, which is what we loved about France and particularly this area. So it's very interesting that they felt that immediately. The initial reaction they've given is absolutely wonderful because it was the impression we got when we visited the house. It was how we felt about the house and the area.
Holiday cottages like this live and die on the feedback they receive. Now Richard and Carol are counting on a good review to bring even more guests through their doors.
We're going to ask them for feedback. They say there's no bad feedback. So you can use it, good or bad, but hopefully, obviously, good's better than...
As long as it's constructive.
Yeah.
In Mijas Costa, Steve and Alison are prepping for evening service, and following their TV appearance, the bookings have been flying in.
You've got to make sure that you're prepped up before the customer walks through the door. You know, you don't want to be doing these sort of tasks during service, because that means you're not out there giving them service. So we make sure we've got our butters made up, our bread is cut, do the lemons, make sure we've got ice, make sure all the tables are set with all the cutlery, etc. that they need.
Steve and Alison need to build a regular client base of Brits and Spaniards to give them the best chance of surviving the leaner winter months. So Steve's continuing to experiment with his menu. He's already added a dessert of chocolate ravioli. Tonight, he's trying out deep-fried ice cream.
Centre there. Fold him up there. Gonna put this in here. It's nice and solid. Now we're going to cook it off. Go up there like that. Deep fried ice cream.
It's now 7 o'clock and service is about to get underway.
Are we all set? Yes?
This is chopped ginger and lemongrass. Stir fry. That up.
Table of 2 and they're having tapas, but they want bread and butter as well. And your lobster. There we are.
Hola. I love it when we get the Spanish in. British restaurant never get Spanish people. We do.
They're loving it out there. All our customers are happy. That's what counts.
Good evening. How was everything?
Yeah, very nice indeed, thank you.
How did you enjoy the pasta?
Yeah, very nice. Really, really nice.
I'm a taxi driver. We all dress like this.
But tonight, it seems not everyone is satisfied.
Sweetheart, saying that this steak was tough. He's an old man, and, and he asked for a steak knife as well.
I know. That's not tough.
No, I don't think it was.
It's a bit tough. Every other steak's come off the same ribs. Everybody else enjoyed it.
Despite one complaint, It seems the rest of the customers have enjoyed their meals.
Couple that are at table 7 absolutely loved it. And they sent compliments to you because the food was fabulous.
And to top it all, Alison and Steve are celebrating after reaching number 2 on TripAdvisor for the area of Mijas Costa.
I'm amazed at how good our reviews are.
Yeah, the Costa has a new jewel. Every legend starts somewhere.
Yeah.
I look forward to reviewing the Blue Marlin
It's amazing this.
for the next 20 years. That's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah.
The best dish I've ever had.
I thought the food was very fresh and very tasty.
And we have a very good eat. It was excellent.
We got there quicker than we thought we were going to. We didn't think we'd get as far this quickly, quite frankly.
It's really nice getting comments that we have on TripAdvisor because it means that what we're doing people like here, you know, and if people don't like what you do, they're not going to come.
But despite such a great start, Steve and Alison still have a long way to go. They need to keep up the good work if they're to make enough money to survive the winter. Next time, the Blue Marlin hits a major problem.
Nightmare, absolute nightmare.
Will things ever be the same again?
And this is what's killing us at the moment, and it really is, things like this.
Pulling out all the stops for their biggest ever booking.
He hoovers everything. He's hoovered the bath today.
But will things go to plan for Richard and Carol?
When the doorbell rings, it's not normally
The
good
doorbell of
news.
gloom.
And it's the end of the summer for these publicans.
We've come out here for a better way of life, and what can get more better than this?
But have they done enough to stay?
Let's just carry on and celebrate life.